Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds, Billy.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? Not. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan Hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan Hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Is Bo Burnham turning ANCAP? I heard something. Bo Burnham turning. Oops, let's get rid of that. Sorry, I started stream like right as I got out the shower, so been running around. Yeah, Bo. Last thing I saw from. Oh, you just literally just saw a thumbnail and you were like, Bo Burnham's ANCAP. Okay. It's just another example of autism. Okay. It's just libertarians not being able to understand like any social cues. Got it. Love you. I love you, Chris. We'll talk about Dolphin Law at some point. Probably the free burger clip. I heard burger lobbying is beefy these days. You shut the fuck up. Yes, that is the dude in the thumbnail. I get it now. No, that's from like a Bo Burnham Netflix special, where he like does a song and then reacts to his own song and then reacts to the reaction of his song as like a joke on the commentary of social media. And I'm just doing reactions today, so I thought it'd be funny to have that that as part of the clip. Dude, this free music that I pay for that gets copyright striked rarely is like it's like almost good enough to be a banger, but not quite, you know?
Like it starts playing, I'm like, ooh, this has kind of got a little bop to it, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. I'd heard something about him recently, but I forget what, so I thought maybe it was something ANCAP. No. Last time I saw Bo Burnham put out anything that made his politics known was like full-blown communism. It's very low. Testing. What do you mean, my audio? Because it keeps telling me that this is on YouTube side. There's nothing I can do about it. It just says the stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. We recommend that you use an audio stream bit rate of 128 kilobytes per second. So 128 kilobytes sounds like a terrible idea. I feel like at that point I'm going to get... I mean, I'd have to close the stream to do it anyways. So that's not going to happen. And then I'd have to change my focus rate. But that would create a fucking... Oh, dude, I forgot to reset the donation goal. What's today's date? The 2nd? There we go. Now give me money. I reset the magic meter on the screen that says I'm broke now. But yeah, I don't know how to make the... I mean, like, I've got... yeah, my audio is all the way up. I can put the output up a little bit, but it might just start getting crunchy. Does that still sound good? It doesn't sound like too crunchy? It should be ever so slightly louder. That's a full communist quickie class? Yeah, that's the song is from This Is How the World Works. This is how the world works. This is how the world works. As an autist, I like the textural experience of crunchy. I don't love you anymore. Oh my God, you just got $500. Haha, never mind. It's just 30 cents. No, it's 37 cents. Thank you for the 37 cents for getting the show on the road. All right. It's going to be a slow day. It's going to be community members. We're just going to hang out. It's probably not going to be like 50, 60 people. It's not some huge debate or something. But if it's going to be a small group of you, you guys can like, share, and subscribe. I get that you don't always have the money or want to give me money. You know, it is right after the first of the month. So we're going to find out amongst you donos who's mostly just using government money. Oh, that would directly disincentivize me getting funds from you guys. So maybe I shouldn't. But the least you can do is like the stream. Is 15 of you watching, 6 likes. You know what I mean? Like the stream. Make sure you're in the Discord. If you're here right now, you're probably one of the regulars anyways. If there is anything, we're just going to hang out. We're going to chit chat. We're going to react to some videos. We're just going to have a good old time. If you have questions, super chats, or like you have like poignant conversation you've been wanting to have with me, tonight is the night to join the Discord, hop in the Discord, come say your piece, ask your question. And we're gonna watch some random ass content and fill the time. Now is also the time for you guys to tell me what the fuck has been going on in the world, because I don't understand it. I don't even earn on the first of the month. I usually get it more in the middle. Fair enough. I was at the grocery store the other day, and I saw this morbidly obese woman, right? Morbidly obese black woman. And she had like just the worst groceries you can imagine at the grocery store, right? It was like bunch of like 2 boxes of crushed of like Italian ice, bunch of candy, She had some shrimp, which I guess is good, and some wild caught salmon. And then she was buying with more than one card. Like, I didn't pry, but I'm assuming she was using food stamps to buy some stuff, and then, you know, using her regular, you know, funds to buy like her regular groceries, right? And she was there with her teenage daughter, who was also morbidly obese. So you have this morbidly obese woman using government food stamps to buy horrible food that makes corporations a ton of money. And they both had on masks. Like they're still masking to protect themselves from COVID. And I'm like, my first initial reaction was like, dude, how fucking, like, it's been 5 years since the beginning of COVID. You've been masking this whole time. And in 5 years, you couldn't lose weight. You know what I mean? Like if you're that concerned with your health, you're that terrified, you couldn't just get regular fucking food instead of like candy and junk food and like highly processed corpo garbage. And then my next thought was like, how fucking stupid. Like, this is a voter, right? So my first two thoughts, you think they'd be skinnier from all that running from the truth? So like my first thought, that's funny. So my first thought was anger at like, just like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just like a dissatisfaction. My second thought was like anger at them using food. Like, I had all these thoughts going through my head. And like, I eventually settled into this place of like pity. Like it was like, I eventually got to this place where I was like, I could be angry at the fact that this person votes and they almost certainly vote to take my rights away. I could be angry at the fact that like this person's on food stamps or whatever, but like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, at an individual level, like, do you, like at a systemic level, yeah, I want to get rid of food stamps, but at an individual level, do what you need to do to survive. I don't care. I'm not one of those people that's like, don't use those government resources. That's a violation of the non-aggression principle. The money's already stolen. If you qualify for them, whatever. Especially when it comes to like disability and shit like that, or Social Security, you know what I mean? Like, that money's already been stolen from you. You might as well get some of your money back. And then it was like, and it went into this place of like, oh, this is your average typical voter, right? Like an idiot that doesn't understand that they're voting for the welfare that's funding large corporations to feed them poison and narratives to make them live in terror and anxiety. And like, the more I thought about that concept, the more I just like, I stopped feeling anger for that person. I began to realize, I was like, this person is a victim of a system that is designed to gaslight and control them to use as a political tool against other people. Like, this person is clearly a person that just believes whatever the fuck is on NBC, right? Like, you're double masking. The mom was double masked, mind you. Teenager might have been, the gargantuan obese teenager might have been doing it just because mom's crazy. But the mom was double masked, right? And it's like, these people are political pawns that don't understand why they're in pain psychologically and physically. That are like, just buy the victim narrative. They buy all of the things that make their life easy. And we have this system of corporations and statism and media and all these things that are just designed to turn that person into a victim that is a political weapon. And it's just like, I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Because like, I really started, like, I went from being like really angry to like really sad for how many people are just pawns of the state and corporations. Like, if they weren't so broken and someone could just like, what's the start of this rant? Me at the grocery store seeing a morbidly obese black woman and her morbidly obese teenage daughter double masked at the grocery store using food stamps to buy a whole bunch of corpo slop, unhealthy food, trying to protect themselves against fucking today? No, it was like 2 days ago or yesterday. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. And it's just like, dude, like, I don't know. It's just like, if someone had gotten to them before, like, and could get them away from all of the gaslighting media narratives and social media, could have like an honest conversation about health, you know, like their lives could be so much better. But they're in a structured cell of external locus of control, raging out, and they probably hate me because I'm white. They probably hate the wealthy. They probably blame white supremacy for COVID or something. Like they're crazy people, but they've been made crazy by like a corporate statist system that is like, I'll tie it to another thing. I was driving to get like all my first of the month shit done yesterday, and I saw a girl driving a car, like a Toyota Corolla or some shit, right? And she's got those markers from like graduation on her car, where it's like graduated class of 2025, right? And my initial thought was like, ugh. My initial thought was like, I saw this girl and I'm just like, ugh, I hate those people. I was like, why do you still have markers on your car in fucking October? You bitch, you graduated in like July. Like, clean your fucking car, you dirty bitch. You privileged fucking white little fucking happy pretty girl with an easy life ahead of you. Like all the misogyny and incel energy I could bring up combined with old man energy. And then I was sitting there and I was like, man, I wish I wasn't that person. Like I wish I could look at that and just be like, oh, dirty car girl. I bet she had a great graduation. She's got a happy life ahead of her. You know what I mean? So like, I know that I've been psyoped by my own political content into being a shittier person. And like, I don't know, like seeing those people and like going, those morbidly obese people, like the fucking stream, you cunts. All right? I'm spilling my heart out on mundane bullcrap stories, and only 7 of you have liked the stream. It's not even a third. Gay boys. All right, but anyways, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I was sitting there and I was just like, dude, I don't want to be that asshole. And so like, weirdly enough, in one instance I wasn't, you know, but it was just like, I don't know. I felt like I was having an old, like a fucking I've broken the Matrix vibe. You know what I mean? Did someone say gay boys? We mean it in the most derogatory way that isn't homophobic, Chris. Right? I say gay boy, it is an insult, but it's not that you're gay. That's not the insult. You haven't washed your car since spring? I feel entirely different about the outside of your car than I do about the inside of your car. Like, if the outside of your car is dirty, who gives a fuck? But if you have like a bunch of like food and shit in there, then that's like different. I feel different about that. Hey, Scott, I like the stream. What do you think is the ideal population for a covenant community in an ANCAP society? Thank you for telling me that you liked the stream, that you're one of the half of the people that did their job. The bare minimum, didn't donate me money, even though you've been like a member of the channel for like fucking like almost 18 months. But yeah, I don't know. I think it just depends on what you want, right? Like, I think Dunbar's kind of like number is probably has some significance for like a high trust society, right? Right. So on one end, like Amish communities, small communities of like 100 or 200 probably have a really high value in terms of knowing your neighbors and having a strong, cohesive community. But like, do you want to go back to the dark ages? Like, we need larger population centers for effective technological growth, niche labor, and a productive economy. And also, I feel like there are people that do better in large city environments, right? I think the real tragedy of not having covenant communities isn't that there is an ideal number of people that should be together, but rather that it's a shame that 340 million Americans are all forced into like a pseudo community, right? Like I think there will be different communities that will have different values that produce results of people there that value those things to varying degrees. Like we do need communities that are small, close-knit, tight communities, but we also need cities, man. Like, we're not going to Mars without cities. We're not curing cancer without cities. We're not dealing with our world's trash problems without cities, right? Like we're done as a race unless we can continue to progress and grow. And so, like, the ideal size is like kind of, I guess the real question would be, what's the max? I don't know, because it directly correlates with the strength of your culture and the openness of your culture into accepting new ideas. If you have a culture that is really open to new ideas, and then you have a culture that isn't very strong. And if you have a culture that isn't very strong, is really open to new ideas, and is very lax on immigration especially, then the more people you have, the more those problems exacerbate, and the more you push towards your own inevitable collapse. But if you have a strong culture and you're not very open to change, but you're somewhat open to change as long as it's productive change, then like you can have a larger number. Like I know a lot about psychology and sociology, and I don't think there's any autistic way to do the math here. Wow, have you lost weight? Yeah, I've lost weight. I've been dealing with a lot of health problems, and I've been getting my autoimmune disease under control. So I've just been losing weight by nature of like not eating carbs and a lot of bloat mostly. Yeah, okay. When I'm having a reaction, my neck swells. I had a reaction a couple days ago, so my neck is still actually a little swollen. Like it'll be better tomorrow. But nevertheless, I've lost a lot of bloat and water weight, and I'm doing a lot better. I like living in the country. Cities are suffocating to me. And that's the thing about the value structure of Metal Blood, right? It's like, I want to like living in the country. I don't like it. I don't like the quiet. I don't like the annoying noise of like cicadas here in the South when it's nighttime out and it feels like there's like a billion bugs right outside my window. I don't like eerily quiet country. Like, I like the sound and the lifeblood of an active city that are full of strangers. That allows me to be me. I feel uncomfortable and out of place in the country. Like, I don't mind visiting the country. I love to go camping. I love to go back out with my family has some property out in Appalachia. I like to go back, like, kind of recenter myself or whatever, but I like living in a city. Population, city, town do you live in? I live in Richmond, Virginia. Which is like, with all the surrounding counties, is like 1.2 million. But like in the city proper is like a couple 100,000. I don't even think it's like 200,000. I think it's like 150. But there's a lot of people that commute to work here because it's one of the 13 cities for like the Federal Reserve building. So there's like a fuck ton of banks and bank corporate offices, and insurance companies are there because the banks are there. So there's like a lot of insurance and a lot of banks and stuff based in the city. I miss Richmond pre-COVID though, man. I miss how awake this city was at like 2:00 in the morning. Now it's like the whole city shuts down at 11 and it's creepy and dangerous. You know what I mean? Like there's something dangerous about a city that doesn't have a nightlife in a weird way. Even though statistically speaking, the nightlife means there's more happening at night and so there's more crime. But like when you're one of the few out at night and it's like 1 a.m., you really are like, oh, there's nobody around. I better not go in that alley. You know what I mean? Like, of course, Scott loves pretending to be homeless. I've been homeless before. I don't need to pretend. Wasn't fun. Like, I was never living on the street homeless. Like, I had a car and like a gym membership, and I, took showers at the gym and went to the laundromat and like took all my dirty clothes from the trunk and cleaned them and put them in my back seat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you might not have known I was homeless if you bumped into me, but I've been homeless before. It's not fun. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest, there's a town that I eventually want to move to where my grad school was at Liberty University, which is Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a mountain town, and it's like super Christian. But I don't care. People there are super nice. Community is really good. It's near the Appalachian. It's in like bordering the Appalachian Mountains. So like, there is drugs there, obviously. But there's so many like church organizations that like there's not homeless people on the streets. Like that's honestly like my ideal, this is where I want to settle place. But it's a bit too far away from my kids currently. Moonshine, meth, or weed? It's mostly heroin, fentanyl pills. Like, moonshine's not a problem in Appalachia. It's there, but there's not like a lot of like moonshine runners and sang. That's not a drug, man. That's just something that'll get you killed if you go on somebody's property at the wrong time. Yeah, dude, you get near somebody's ginseng, it's a good way to die. That's dope, Chris. Yeah, no, it's definitely a place I've been several times. I just love the vibe. I also love the houses. There are houses there that are Victorian homes, and I've always just really loved Victorian homes. Like, see if I can do like a street view. I think it's Rivermont, maybe is where it's at. How do I do street view? Here we go. Like, hold on, let me. Like, this is. I'll zoom out. It's just a random spot in Lynchburg. That's not really what I wanted. How do I go back to, here we go. No, bitch, that's not what how did they get inside a house? Inside a shop? That's not what I wanted. Like, some of this looks run down. It's a lot of churches. This is part of the college area. Let me see. I'm like the really, really bad version of Rainbolt right now. I thought it was somewhere around here. I can't remember exactly where in the city are like the really nice Victorian homes. Is it up here maybe? No, these all look like shit. It's not Madison Heights. Madison Heights is like across the river and it gets a little ghetto-y here. If I remember correctly, yeah. In here? Yeah, this might be it. There's a spot, but there's like, this is, yeah, I'm starting to see some of the Victorians. But like, there's like a couple of neighborhoods here where like all the houses are built in like the 1910s, 1920s, and it's a cool mountain town. There's never any homeless people around because, again, like I said, there's just like too many churches. Ever played GeoGuessr? Dude, I'd be so bad at GeoGuessr. I'm not that kind of smart. But yeah, like 1910s, 1920s. Like, I want a house that has a trunk room. Do you guys know what a trunk room is? Trunk rooms are like before we had like big walk-in closets and shit, where everybody would have like a big trunk if they were going to store. Yeah, it's for storing like trunks because people didn't have like modern luggage. So they would show up and like you'd have a room to like throw a trunk in or whatever. And so you have these little baby rooms, and I would love to have a trunk room in a Victorian that I can turn into like my streaming place, and then just have like a 2 or 3 bedroom, you know, like where I can have like where I have like a little baby room that's like my office / streaming room. And that's dedicated to that. But it's like a big ass closet with like AC and everything. No, I mean, that's where it comes from, right? Because like Louis Vuitton started making like trunks really popular before like luggage was a thing. So like turn of the century, if you were going to visit somebody, you were going to probably stay for a week or two, and you'd bring a big ass trunk with all your shit in it, and you'd need a place to store it because the houses weren't that big back then. So they like, you know, wealthy people had like a dedicated room just for like storing shit like that. I'm not that type of autistic. Play Rule 34 Idle. No, it ain't an SFW, thankfully. I'm not playing. I'm not fucking clicking on anything that is Rule 34. I don't trust you. I'm gonna be real with you. I just don't. Like, I don't buy that at all. It's a poll game that asks which character has more submissions in Rule 34, the website. Why would I care? I'm not keyed in on porn. Even the cartoon porn. I'm not really, I don't know. I open up. I tell some stories. I tell you guys, like the stream, you like the stream. You're here. I love you guys. I'm like, hey guys, ask me whatever you want. We'll do some reactions here in a little bit. We're going to have a good time. We're going to relax. It's going to be a fun day. We're not going to do anything crazy. We're not going to scream at communists, though I've got some shit to react to, so I'm probably going to scream at some point. But then you guys are like, questions. We don't need... All our ANCAP questions have already been answered. What we want you to do is play cartoon porn poll games. Thanks, guys. I just need you to know that when I think about this moment at 3 o'clock in the morning, laying down on my couch trying to read manhwa, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life? This is going to pop up, and it's going to be like, to play the poll games, guessing whether or not there's how much Rule 34 porn is made of this cartoon image. Thoughts on the current affair of things in general as my azimuth check for the next 20 years? Man, I have no idea. I mean, I opened the stream being like, I need you guys to tell me what the fuck is going on. I mean, I see a degradation of any sense of civility and any sense of azimuth's like a, is like a nautical term, I believe, or it may just be like an orienteering term for like the direction you're heading. So like if someone says like, what's my azimuth, or like, what's your azimuth, it's like you'd give them some type of calculation about like the direction and speed. So it's a mathematical term for vertical angle or horizontal angle. Yeah. I knew what he meant. I figured it out. I was like, azimuth. But I see civility going away. I see fascism growing on the right, but it's like a weird pussified fascism. And so like, I'm actually less scared of fascism occurring in Europe and in America. And what I'm more afraid of is that we're going to get a right-wing version of like World Economic Forum. Like I don't think we're going to have like a Catalonia revolution or like Nazis come to power. I think what we're going to get is we're going to get a tempered, tamed, more corporate controlled version of national socialism in certain countries. Maybe it'll be France, maybe it'll be England, maybe it'll be here in America. I don't know. Yeah, like Groypers will get a bank. Sure, but Groypers will be just like the radical left is to the current in power socialists. Like, I think we're going to get inward spam in the UN finally. No, none of that. And obviously you just got auto-botted. Please don't do that again. But who are they going to get to run it? Yeah, right. That seems to be the vibe I'm picking up. Is instead we're going to get a lot of protests, we're going to get some violence, we're going to get some deaths. I don't think we're going to get a full revolution or like a full fascistic power come in that like subjugates all the corporations under like National Socialism or something. I think we're going to get like a watered down third positionism where right-wing people come in and demand tariffs and they demand like socialist policies that are designed to increase the birth rates and different forms of socialist regulations that will only benefit the large corporations. And the large corporations will lose money, but the people that will lose the most money will be the poor and the middle class. And we'll get this ping pong effect of like two different types of corporate socialism from neoliberals and the right. And then maybe 10, 15 years later, we have a growing resentment and liberty movement that strikes back. Best birth rate incentivizer is tax cuts? Yeah, but MAGA's too retarded for that. And the left is obviously too retarded for that. It's not too retarded. They're just too ideologically opposed. So like MAGA will do things like we need funding for IVF, right? We need funding for family planning. We need to like make divorces harder to occur again. And then we need the government more involved with marriage and divorce proposals so that we can like incentivize families. And like we're going to make it, we're going to have policies like they did in Nazi Germany where like the government's going to give you $10,000, $15,000 to buy a home so long as you're married, so that like hopefully populations will get married again because that's where kids come from. And then like you're only going to be able to really like, you think you can't afford a home now, you're definitely not going to be able to afford a home unless you're married and you're in this certain age bracket and you're a first-time home buyer. But then there's going to be weird government kickbacks that'll like worm their way in that benefit companies like BlackRock and Vanguard because they're going to be like part of the banking industry that is like going to be a part of a bill that makes it possible to have a new surge of home buying because they're going to be the ones funding these incredibly expensive homes that the government then is subsidizing with first-time home buyer. So BlackRock and Vanguard will get rich, and then some people will be able to afford really small homes so long as they go through the government approved marriage process. But like single people or people that don't want to get married or etc. are literally, it's going to be impossible for you ever to own a real home. It's going to be shit like that, right? Like we're going to get this weird right-wing socialism that's softer than what the Nazis did, but still economically devastating. And then we're going to ping pong as a culture over to like left-wing neoliberals. And they're going to merge even closer into essentially a single party state with wedge issues about how socialism benefits, you know, the working class versus, you know, minorities versus white families, etc. And we're going to get shit like, I think we're probably going to get like central banking digital currencies, and we're probably going to get shit like digital IDs like they're rolling out in the UK. You know, and the right is going to try and sell it to you like it's a way to stop illegal immigration. And we're going to get weird pandering on like, you know, even further complications to the legal citizenship to immigration pipeline while we import more and more third worlders. So we're going to get more third world immigrants coming in and destroying our communities and turning places like Dearborn, Michigan into Muslim towns where the call to prayer is allowed, but, you know, waving the American flag or praying, you know, to the Christian God will be illegal. And they're going to have pockets of fucked up communities and violence and things like that. And we're going to get this weird ping pong effect. I don't see a revolution. I think maybe 15, 20 years from now, this breeds the liberty movement and libertarianism. And then we get like a Malay-like figure, maybe one even better than that, down in the future. That's my best guess of like kind of what's going on. Fabian, do you have a plan to grow your channel? That is the most, I know you're trying to be helpful, but like, fuck you. Yeah, I'm waiting for libertarians to create their own version of Chorus Media, and then they'll pay me, you know, they'll pay me like all the other left-wing and right-wing content creators thousands of dollars a month while giving me interviews and botting my channel. But until that happens, I'm kind of fucked. I mean, I'm gonna keep putting out content, you know, and hope sincerity wins. I'm slowly growing. It's an uphill grind. Hopefully, eventually, not too long from now, I can grow to a point where I can hire an editor and then I can put out more content because I have someone that can do that grunt work for me. And with the way AI and shit is going, it probably won't be another year or two before I can hire somebody like at a very low rate because they know how to utilize all those systems. Listen, I understand that there are people in here that can edit. I'm gonna be honest with you, I kind of don't trust you guys because I don't like that type of relationship. It's not that I don't trust you guys, I don't trust myself. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Like I want someone I can hire. And the reason I want someone I can hire is because if I'm not satisfied with what you're doing, I want to be able to talk shit on you. I want to be able to be like, no, that's not good enough. That's not what goes on this channel, right? Like there's a certain level of professionalism and things like that that requires an employee. And I'm not at that point yet where I can hire an employee. I say that with love. I want to see your channel grow. Scott, the guys from the Unsubscribed podcast who debated Michael Malice on Temple have commented again on the debate. React to them. I think I saw them shitting on Liquid Zulu as like a nobody. I think we looked at some of that. Like I didn't look at the whole thing and do like a full reaction of that thing, but I'm pretty sure on a past live stream, like I looked at like a clip of them like shitting on Liquid Zulu. It was just like, this is hilarious. Hey, thanks for the membership. I wish the fucking, they reacted again? Post it at me in Discord or DM me in Discord. Tonight's very freeform. I got a lot of shit to react to. We're not getting through all of it. You know what I mean? If you have something you want me to look at, you know, or, you know, like, you know, DM it to me somewhere. I guess I can just look it up because you said what the name of the channel was now that I think about it. All right, unsubscribe podcasts, videos, cancel culture versus comedy. These are all like 2-hour long videos. I'm not reacting to a 2-hour long thing. If it's on a different channel or something, then is in Discord.
Yeah, a lot of people could not.
20 minutes. I'm doing this for free for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I'll watch a couple minutes of it, and if it sucks, we'll move on.
That stomach.
Good for you. My favorite part was the cutaways back to you because you look like the girl from that Chick-fil-A meme. Just that.
I will say this: I didn't watch the whole debate. I watched the whole debate. I didn't watch all of the Q&A because it was just annoying and dumb.
Your face is like in the back. He's like, I have a smart ass comment and a rebuttal and the knowledge that Sun Tzu said I should never interrupt my enemy when they're making a mistake and they're all battling in my head right now.
Yep. You have like 80 devils on your arms, but the angel was like,
Wait, does he think he did well in that debate? Like, are they all gaslighting each other into thinking that he did well? That's weird. All right.
Please just. No, it was great because the devil and the angel were like, he's doing a really good job on himself. Just relax.
You have no poker face though the entire time.
That's the only way I could talk. He was saying so much stupid shit that I was like, I can't interrupt him because he's doing a really good job of making himself and his argument look dumb. So what am I going to do?
Oh my God. Like if you need to consistently, I can't tell what this is. This is one of two things. This is either extreme cope because they know how poorly that he did and they're trying to like gas themselves up because like he had no responses for almost any of his arguments. That's why he had crazy faces, because he didn't know how to respond to any of this. So it's either extreme cope because of how poorly they did. Public opinion was that he won the debate. Yeah, but I mean, Tim Pool's audience is kind of retarded. It's like, it's not nothing against Tim Pool. He just has like a normie Gen X conservative audience, which is a very similar audience to Angry Cops. But like, he very clearly did very poorly. And I say that as the only time I've been on Tim Pool, the entire audience was on my side. There was like 2 comments from Connor fanboys out of like 200 that are all on my side. Now, none of them reference me by name. They all reference how bad Connor is, or how the fat guy, or the guy who totally they thought wasn't based was actually based, or whatever. Like literally none of them reference me by name. And I don't think I'm ever getting invited on Tim Pool again, unfortunately. Even though I'm like a 2.5 hour drive away, and I was like, dude, if somebody drops, I'm there. And his audience loved me, but I don't have the clout, I guess. I don't know. I don't have, Midas Touch paying me $4,000 to go to Tim Pool's spot. So that means I can't go back or something. I don't fucking know, but Connor can go back, even though the audience has hated him every time. Let me stop crying now. It's either that, or it's like kind of what I was doing just now, which is, hey guys, do you remember I was on Tim Pool? Do you remember how awesome it was when I was on Tim Pool? Do you remember how cool it was that time I was on Tim Pool? That could be what's going on here. So they're gassing each other up and just reminding you how badass and relevant they are. Or it's just that they don't have anything to talk about. And so they're just like rehashing old shit and talking about how badass they are because they need to fill up 20 minutes. I don't know which of the 3 it is.
I'm going to make faces of how I feel. And then hopefully the editor of the video will be like, look at the faces Rich is making compared to what Michael's saying.
And Mike.
Did I bruise Tim's ego? No, I think Tim was mostly on my side. I think it's just, maybe I did a better job than Tim would have done. Maybe I was too based. Maybe I was too nerdy. Maybe more likely than all of those is just, I don't have the subscriber count. And every time, and this is just purely business decision, right? I get it from Tim Pool's perspective. If he brings me on, it's high time preference behavior, because like if he brings me on, I don't bring an audience to his channel. Instead, I have the potential of taking audience away from his channel to my channel. So if I do really well on his program with a really small audience, then it's not a crossover at that point. It's him helping me gain an audience that may leave his audience. And whereas if you bring on like a big account that's a lefty and like another big account that you can kind of work with over and over again, then that helps his channel grow and it's not a risk to his channel. But if you bring on someone that's going to do really well and you know from past experience they're going to do really well, and they're a small unknown creator that have similar ideas as your audience, like I'm a risk to Tim Pool's channel if he brings me on. Right, Connor's ready to hate. Connor gets chat engagement up, gets his chat all fucking fired up and like gets them boosted in the algorithm. Connor gets paid to be there, so he's happy to come there whenever he wants to spread his bullshit because it's a giant audience and he's paid to spread his bullshit. And it's not a risk to Tim Pool at all. And on top of that, there's some subsection of the audience that he might gain from Connor. So it's like, I get why I'm not being invited back. That's just kind of the game. You don't get many opportunities when you're a small channel, especially if you're honest and if you're really competent. That really hurts you. Competency really hurts you in this business. What you need to be is you need to be okay at your job. If you're really competent and you really know what you're talking about and you're a really good debater and you're really knowledgeable, that only works if like you're not an online commentator, but like you're a PhD professor of economics and like you don't really do YouTube. Then they'll love you. They'll bring you on, right? Because now you're selling yourself as an expert in this narrow field. And then on top of that, I would say 90% of like large accounts that are political commentators are represented by a firm that is paid for by corporate donors and political activist organizations. And so you have to be in such a way that you match or mirror those values, and then get boosted in the algorithm, get your account botted, get given a lot of opportunities because your manager spoke to someone else on your behalf. Like the overwhelming majority of large accounts are represented by companies that are pushing a specific message, and you have to match that message. And that's part of your job, is to match and promulgate that message that is, very friendly to corporations or friendly to your political activist organizations. As libertarians, the strategy must be to create an ecosystem of libertarian sponsorships and channels so that we can spread libertarian ideas. Yeah, I've thought about it. And like, if I won the lottery, that's like one of the things I would do, is I'd start something like that and like reach out to advertisers, and I'd like just find based ANCAPs. Like I'd be like, hey, Liquid Zulu, I'm going to pay you a monthly salary because I've got it. And like get you and like we're going to have a team of people, and then we're gonna solicit donations from libertarian organizations and then try and network with them. You have the too correct opinion and a scholared mind for Tim. Maybe here you go, poor man. I appreciate it. That is crazy though. The public opinion is that he won because he was so retarded it was difficult to watch. I mean, the entire thing was like a meme debate. It wasn't a real debate, right? It's like this new entertainment thing. And Tim Pool described it to me when I went to his spot. And like that wasn't really what he described. So I guess he maybe went in a different direction, or maybe he's doing that project, kind of setting it off to the side or whatever. This like new like panel comedy show thing wasn't really what he described to me. And he had said that he'd love to have me for stuff like that. But then it became like more of a meme and less of a debate and more of like an entertainment thing. And I'm in the dark. So I don't know. But he's doing these events near DC, right where I'm at. you know. I just don't think, I don't know, maybe I'm not liked or whatever. Or maybe I just have to be an asshole and like constantly like text Lisa and be like, you got something for me? But I feel weird doing that. Maybe I need to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad idea. Oh shit. Shadow, dude. Yo, thank you. It's like $40 worth of memberships right there, dude. Like, that's crazy. I appreciate it so much. We need a bunch of lobbyists. Don't be an ass. I don't know. Like, maybe I just need to like, I don't know. Do I need to be annoying and text her and just like constantly hit her up? Cause like, I don't get the vibe from her that like we were really cool. And then I went on the program and then it was like very like, okay. So I was like, did I do something? Did I offend? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, or maybe I just wasn't cool, or maybe they realized my channel was smaller than they thought it was or something. I don't know. But I know the comments loved me. I know the audience loved me. The only thing the audience said negative about me was that I cursed too much. I'm like, all right. I mean, like, of all the things you can say negative about me, I curse too much is like pretty low bar of like not being liked. I just saw the debate and reviewed Zulu's reaction. Angry Cops did not respond to any of the points that Michael Malice brought up, even conceded to a few. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, it's crazy that they're gassing this up like they did.
God, did the editor nail it?
Nailed it. Oh, he nailed it. It's one of the few times in my life where saying less got me more.
It was, I like a lot of the stuff Michael Malice has done before. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I agree with a lot of the shit that he says in other areas.
I love how they're like, I had no response for anything that he said, and that's why I won. And like, to be honest, he's kind of right. Michael Malice is he's a memester, and like, you could tell he was angry with the environment that he was in, because it was a bullshit type of debate. And like, as an ANCAP, you have an uphill battle. It's like one of the things that like one of the things you guys talk shit on me about, that like is like, I'll see you guys in the comments or on the Discord or something, and you'll be like, you got to hit him harder. You got to hit him harder. Like you don't have enough fire behind you, and like you're not angry enough. And why'd you let them get away with this? And it's like, a lot of times I'm just waiting until it's my turn to talk again to remind the audience that they made this claim. And like, you know, and I'm not picking on Casimir. I love Casimir. He does this a lot. Like when the Israel-Palestine shit came up with the Trump plan on Monday, he was like, why did you let him get away with this? And it was like, I waited, and then I brought it up, and I made a demand that he find me the quote-unquote better deals that Israel rejected, and I never let him get away with it. But if you're an ANCAP, other than my audience, the audience is already convinced that you're an unhinged lunatic. That is your starting position, is that 80-90% of the audience is, this guy's an unhinged lunatic. And like 10% of the audience is like, I bet this guy's a pedophile, because I've heard that libertarians want to get rid of the age of consent. That's your starting position on every single solitary debate to a general audience. So if you go in and you start fire, right? And like you go too much into that, or you meme and say, you know, crazy shit too much, you've lost. Like, one of the things, so that like in rhetoric, it's ethos, pathos, logos, right? Boy, do libertarians win logos. We've won the logic. We are 20, 30 years philosophically ahead, 100, 1,000 years philosophically ahead of every other ideology when it comes to logos. Objectivists, you know, libertarians, anarcho-capitalists, the logic is there. The pathos, I understand that you guys want me to have those passionate arguments, and I try and do that. But the main problem to getting too much pathos is ethos. We get a F- when it comes to ethos. We are not respected. We are seen as crazy. We're seen as unhinged. We're seen as subversives by the right. You have to establish ethos in every debate to a general audience as an ANCAP. You have to show them, I'm the adult in the room. I know what I'm talking about. you got to use empirical evidence, even though that's not really necessary for most libertarian arguments because they tend to be logic based and not necessarily like, like you're not usually making empirical arguments, but you have to make empirical arguments so that you can establish ethos to the audience so that they go, oh, this guy did his research. He understands the stats. This guy knows what he's talking about. And you can't be too unhinged. And you have to establish that first before you can bring in righteous indignation. Before you can just be like, motherfucker, you're going to sit down. You're going to shut the fuck up. I'm annoyed with you. And like, that's kind of the thing with the general audience. Tim wants a family-friendly type debate. He's said it in the past. Sure. I've watched him call for civil war like 35 times. I don't know what the hell that means, but if it means he doesn't want people to curse too much, maybe that was a bad thing that I did. Also, if that's a thing, maybe tell people. I don't know. If he'd have told me beforehand, like, hey, I like to keep the cursing down to a minimum, I would have kept the cursing down. But I don't know if that's like something he cares deeply about, but it was something some of the audience was like critiquing. You need to know your audience and shape your message in a way that would appeal to them. Yeah. So, I mean, like in that sense, I could understand where you might take away that like Michael Malice lost. But objectively speaking, Angry Cops made a bunch of dumb asides that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. You vaped in front of Tim Pool? That might have done it. He doesn't like vaping. I was very careful about it, though.
But like just the 1v1 between you was...
I'd forgotten about that, yeah.
Showing up to a debate and then saying I'm not here to debate was peak logic.
Yeah. I liked how he said that officers never...
That was not a fucking debate.
...use their discretion and were just rule followers. And then when I talked about a time that I used discretion, stated how he hates that I use my discretion.
Yeah, I mean, like the debate was like not a debate. You had 3 moderators, one of whom was Alex Stein, who's just there to scream and like be unhinged. Like he plays a character. And then the other one was like some other guy. I don't remember who he was. Like I think he said something about maybe like being an ex-con or something. And that guy was just like lost in the sauce and like not educated or high IQ enough to understand what was going on. I couldn't tell if he was dumb or just this wasn't his thing. But he just like clearly didn't understand philosophical arguments or debates in general. Like he just had no concept of what was going on. And then Tim was moderating fairly well and keeping things like he was playing the role of a moderator, but there was like a lot of interruptions for jokes and memes and shit. Like it was not a debate.
And then one of them was police have all the power. They control the politicians. Also,
that was the one that got me. I was watching that on a plane and I made the face you made. I was like, what the f are you doing?
I must have missed that. Unless he's just lying, but I must have missed that portion of the debate, or maybe it was in the Q&A. I'd have to see how it was structured.
Yeah, but defund the police was all our idea, guys. Got him.
I really liked when he showed up in a police outfit to be funny and then brought a puppet to be funny. And then the second Rich made a joke, he's like, notice how he uses sarcasm to try to defuse the situation. He's going to have to use a lot of comedy to get his points across while he's wearing a fake mustache and a costume to be funny. It was great.
I'm just thinking like, I
that's just Michael Malice. Michael Malice is... I feel like he kind of broke them a little bit. Like he always shows up in a funny hat or something.
All sorts of cops who just love their county and city government and their DA. They're just always best buddies and they always get along. And, they always have the police's best interest in mind.
Wow.
Every time.
This guy really likes Michael Malice.
Yeah. They're the ones who really, the tail wags the dog.
That's not an argument he made ever. That's like a complete straw man.
Totally.
You didn't, Michael did do a joke at the beginning. My mom.
Oh,
I want to see Brandon's reaction.
So
I don't know this one.
My interactions with Michael, this is behind the scenes. My interactions with Michael were not pleasant.
Well, you're a cop. Of course they weren't. It's like cops and ANCAPs don't tend to get along.
I met him, and Tim introduced Michael to me, and he's like, so and so, and he's like, oh, Michael, this is Rich High.
Yeah, I'm sure the guy's running to be a politician in Texas. Yay.
He's the police officer that you're going to be debating today. And I go, literally, in my stupid...
They keep talking about him, so I think Mike won at a more fundamental level. It's like, yeah, like I said, I don't know if it's cope and like that's just proof of his victory, or if they just are constantly bringing it up to remind people of how relevant they are, that they were on Tim Pool and they did this debate, and you know what I mean? Or if it's just filling airtime.
just most friendliest, non-confrontational tone. I go, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" Just intentionally goes, "Hey," and he was like, "Oh, Mike, okay." And in my head, I'm like, I don't know if this is like you trying to like fuck around and bullshit with me, but like Mike is normally a pretty normal nickname for Michael. Nobody called this guy Mike before. All right, well, whatever.
So hold on. Holy levels of cope. He's now going to talk shit on him because his first interaction ever was to be a cop showing up to debate an ANCAP. And he goes, "Hey, Mike." Just immediately like, "I'm gonna give you a nickname, little boy." Like what? Like leave it to a cop to not understand any level of social norms like that. Like, "Hey, buddy." Like, like fucking, I'm overly extroverted. I could see myself doing something like this, but like, that would be a weird, I would understand like, oh yeah, I showed up and immediately gave the dude I've never spoken to before a nickname. Like that's like a very aggressive thing to do to somebody you don't know, is to just be like, "Hey, Mike," and like be all like, "Oh, we're buddies now." And it's like, no, dude, I'm here to debate you because I'm against you. Like, test out the waters a little bit, learn how to be a fucking adult. Like, yeah, it's super overly familiar. You know what I mean? Like, you know, "Oh, hello. Yeah, I don't think we've met before. I'm excited for this debate." You know, I'm sure with whatever happens, I hope you do well, and let's put on a good show, and let's get to some truth or something, man. Test the waters a little bit. But like immediately like boisterous energy, domineering, and forcing on someone that you don't know a nickname is like weird fucking, is like a very weird way to interact with someone. And then it's not like Michael Malice then was like, "Hey, don't call me fucking Mike, guy. That's not my name. You don't know me like that." He just went, "Oh, okay." That's you admitting to being a weirdo with no social skills and then thinking the other person's weird for it.
Not like you said, like Richard to date.
Which is what was going on in the internal dialogue
later on in the show. So,
but you were just being friendly.
Yeah, I was being friendly. I was, "Hey, Mike," and he didn't like that, and I could tell like something was off. But I was like, "This isn't. I can't tell if this is real or bullshit, whatever." And so the group starts talking, and Michael said something, and I forget what it was. Do you remember what I told you what it was?
You made a statement about something with the police.
A cop assaulted his mother.
Yeah.
So, well, but there was like some lines before that. We had a quick back and forth. He said something about police, and I said a quick joke back, and out of nowhere he goes, "A cop assaulted my mother," and I'm like, in my head, I was like, there's two reasons why you do that. Either one, you're trying to like take this topic and go way off in left field to be funny, or two, you're taking this topic way off into left field not to be funny and like take me off my balance.
Yeah, he's right on this one. That's a weird ass comment. You know what I mean? Like, especially out of context. Like, you don't quip with something that's serious. He's
but
right
to like
on this.
attack me and be like, "All cops rape my mom." You know, that's who you are. Because it happened to my mom, that's who you are. And so I was like, so either way, it's just a poor joke.
To be fair, though, Diogo, that was kind of the vibe of the debate, was like normal retards doing a podcast to an audience. Like, it was not set up as a structured debate at all. Like, I even struggle to call it a debate when you have three moderators that are interrupting to constantly tell jokes. And then like a play with the audience there. And then like, you know what I mean? And then like the Q&A portion, like I'm not so much of a stiff as to where I'm like, no, you need to have, 15-minute opening statements. And then you need to have, 2 sets of 7-minute rebuttal statements, and then have an open session, and then have a question and answer session, and have the audience vote before, and have the audience vote. Like, I'm not saying it has to be like a Oxford style thing, or like you need judges or something, but like it was so informal that it really was just like a podcast discussion of a bunch of bros. It was not really a debate. The same thing with that weird thing that where they Not So Erudite was on, right? He's like that thing that Tim Pool has set up isn't really a debate. It's a podcast. another person that, you know, gets to go wherever they want to go because they suck the right dick and have the right support and paychecks.
And you're not going to get me, like, you can't get me to back off. So I'm going to say something quick and fast and is equally off color. So
What did you say?
I said, well, what was she wearing?
God damn it, Richard.
That's funny.
The audience is right now trying not to laugh. Yeah. You know what I mean? If you're going to be a dick and be like, you know, cops raped my mom, I'd be like, oh, geez, what was she wearing? You know? Duh, huh? Was she asking for
I
it?
cannot fathom why he didn't get along with you.
Don't throw that in my lap.
Also a fair point. That's funny. I can't fathom why I didn't get along with you. Like, yeah, I don't. There's cops raped my mom. What was she wearing? Maybe she deserved to be raped. I don't know why he didn't like me. All I did was be super informal with him and try and buddy him while insinuate that his mom deserved to be raped by cops. I wonder, I mean, like, I get the joke. It's a funny joke, but it makes sense why Michael didn't like it, the guy.
So, and then I knew that it was like some sort of weird trick because he's like, aha, you see, cops will always try to use, you know, their force over somebody, and they blah, 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 blah. And it was just a dumb line. So
my problem is that that's a totally unrelated, like, just allegorical thing that it seems like that he's just throwing that out there where if you're talking about bigger points, right, he just throws something like that out there like, you can't defend against this.
We were just talking. This is just like I thought it was friendly, back and forth until he did that. And I was like,
what was the conversation about before that?
It was just kind of like talking about random cop stuff and some things going on. And then, like I said, he said something.
Random cop stuff and some things going on. you floundering the entire conversation. Almost like it was weird watching it because I was like, how does this guy who's been a cop for so long not understand how policing works at all? Like it was very much weaponized stupidity. Oh, I don't get it. Therefore you're wrong because I pretended to not understand your point. And if I pretend to not understand your point, everybody that's with me will just agree that you're weird.
Then I said something, and then like is a quick retort because he was like jabbing me with some like, you know, jokes or whatever. So he's like jabs me with something. I throw it back at him, and then he's like, my mom was raped, and I'm like, all right, this is either you trying to catch me off balance and make me feel uncomfortable,
like shock kind of thing.
Yeah, and be like, oh my god, I'm sorry, or this is a joke. This didn't actually happen, and you're still trying to catch me off balance. So I was like, boom, fire something back.
Did it end up being a real thing, or?
I didn't ask. I mean, if it's a real,
it's literally the kid in school when you were doing your mama jokes that said my mom died.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're trying to make me feel bad, or you think this is funny.
Yeah, it's a liberal equivalent of I'm offended for the people that aren't here in the room, so you can't do that.
It's the liberal equivalent. Does he think Michael Malice is a liberal?
It's him trying to kill the joke that I said and stop me from being funny in the conversation because he wants it or he wants it to go somewhere else, whatever. So that goes on, and it's, you know, radio silent for a couple minutes there.
What led up to that? Oh, I don't know. All right, buddy, sure.
And then he starts, you know, like getting his costume on, and I think it's funny. I'm like, dude, that's funny.
You were texting me as this was happening because I was like worried about how this whole thing was going to go. And he's like, oh, dude, this is going to go great. He's a performer because he's dressed up in a costume, and now he's not talking to me. It's a joke. I don't talk to cops. This is hilarious. You were so excited going into it.
Yeah.
And then when it ended, you called me and were so disappointed.
I'm so disappointed.
Everyone was.
I was
we talked for like an hour and a half about how disappointed you were.
I felt so bad, and not for like anything that I did. I was just like, that just didn't go well.
I felt bad for the audience, honestly, because like the amount of times the audience was told to shut the fuck up, and Malice was like, I'm not here to talk to randos. I don't want to take questions from the audience.
What the fuck?
He literally said that.
Well, he apparently wasn't here to talk to Rich either.
I didn't get that far into the Q&A because it was already just a shit show.
It's like, you're not here to
talk. Who are you here to
you're
talk
not here
to?
to debate Rich.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about their level of cope on like the third time they're rehashing this. I don't care. I'm going back to music, boys. It's not that fun anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize. The conservatives I speak to think I'm liberal too. I understand their confusion. Yo, what's up, crowd? I don't get that much anymore. One, because my people kind of know me now in this space, or they've at least heard of me. And two, I'm mostly with conservatives, so it's fine. I was going to ask you, what's your thoughts on the government shutdown? It's too broad. I mean, like, do you have a more specific question? Like, I mean, I guess I can give a broad answer. In general, I like government shutdowns. I think they're funny. They don't save the government any money because everything gets back paid anyways. People freak out over government shutdowns. They happen all the time. And the government doesn't actually shut down. It's just a couple of federal employees get furloughed, and it's only a small percentage of government employees get furloughed anyways. And all of the Democrats are now saying that this is Republicans' fault because the Democrats are holding up the budget in the Senate because they have the 45 votes. Well, they have 44 Democrats and then Rand Paul, because Rand Paul never votes for a budget that has a bunch of tax increases and increases of government spending because he's based. And then it's like 2 Democrats are voting with the Republicans. I think Fetterman might be one of them and like one other one. And then they're like, see what the Republicans are doing to you. And like Kamala Harris came out, like Chuck Schumer, like a bunch of Democrats came out. I commented on like Kamala Harris just being like, this is hilarious and retarded. You know, they're striking you and crying victim. And then like I had like several comments like come back up and they were like, oh, when all the conservatives do a thing, it's, you know, it's just a couple of nut picking. But when one Democrat says something, all of a sudden this is how Democrats are. And it's like literally the entire Democratic leadership is saying this is Republicans' fault. Like it's interesting to watch because one of the things I've noticed is that Republicans are becoming more socialist and they're dropping the niceties and they're dropping any of their libertarian beliefs that they were kind of pretending to have for the last decade. And meanwhile, Democrats have like stopped even pretending that they care about truth because everyone that is a Democrat is willing to believe or just lie about everything. And so all of the Democrat messaging accounts that are paid for by billionaires, all the streamers that are paid for by the billionaires, right? Like Destiny or Not So Erudite, right? Like these people are bought and paid for, you know, corporatist shills that work for the state and for the billionaire class, right? And so, you know, those evil corporate fascists, if you will, because they're certainly more fascistic than somebody like I could ever be, are all on the same messaging of just lie, just make up shit and just obfuscate to an extreme degree because it's been working for the last 20 years. So why not we just crank it up to 11 and we'll just lie about everything. And like, that's what we're seeing about the government shutdown is that all of the Democrat streamers, all the liberals, all the you know, Democrat politicians and corporate and big X accounts, all of them are just be like, see, Republicans did this to you because they want to get rid of your health care. And it's like, that has nothing to do with the bill other than the fact that the bill doesn't want to reimburse hospitals that are paying for illegal immigrants with federal tax money so that the American taxpayers aren't spending billions of dollars in taxes to fund healthcare for illegal immigrants. And then like it's the Democrats that are holding it up. So it's just like the whole thing is just this, it's like it's almost hard to comment on because there's the left now is so disconnected from any level of reality. And they've fallen off of the cliff and they're not even pretending to be engaged in anything matching the real world that like I don't even know how to talk to them anymore. Like, how do I reach out to an audience that can believe that it's Republicans' fault when 45 Democrats say no and one Republican says no? Like, how is that even? That's the mainstream Democrat narrative. And everyone that votes Democrat just repeats that shit. And it's like, it's becoming increasingly more difficult to speak to conservatives because they're just like, well, we should embrace all of the socialism of the left. And then we'll use that power because we're in power to stop what they're doing. And we'll do that by increasing your taxes and by fucking over the economy more and by picking our own corporations to, you know, to pull the levers of power and by taking away your fundamental rights. And this will never backfire. We promise. And then we'll do the same thing Democrats do, which is we'll just lie about the economy. Isn't the economy doing great under Trump? Fucking no. What fucking fantasy land? Every metric is worse. And then you just put out some bullshit government data like, look how much grocery store prices have really come down. Meanwhile, I just spent $300 for groceries for Mark and I, and that's like gonna last us a week. It was like just like supplemental shit. It was like, oh, some lemon juice, some beef, It's like if you eat healthy, if you eat real food and you're not buying boxes of Kraft mac and cheese, like you're spending hundreds of dollars per person on groceries. And then it's like Trump got the grocery prices down. The fuck he did. They've gone up. What the fuck are you talking about? I like pointing out that you voted for this system. The fucking fell for it again award. Yeah. When it's my guy, economy good. When it's their guy, economy bad. Capital Science. You might not remember. I don't know how old you are. Right? So I don't want to insult you. But that's not how it used to be. There was a different type of lying that occurred. There was a different type of lying that occurred years ago. If you're old, if you're a millennial or older, you remember this. They didn't used to say the economy is good when their guy was president and the economy was bad when the other guy was president. What they did, see, you're 24, so you don't remember this. Obama era, Bush era, Senior, Clinton, what they would do is when the economy was good during a Republican president, let's say you're a Democrat, they would say, see, the policies from Obama have worked. And that's why the economy's still doing good. It's going to take 2 or 3 years for the economy to turn bad because of all the evil things Trump's doing in his first term, or, you know, all the evil things Obama's doing, or all the evil things Clinton. It doesn't matter. Pick your poison. So what they would say is when they would look at the numbers and say the economy is good and we have a Republican president or we have a Democrat president, but the reason it's good is policies from 2 or 3 years ago that our guy put into office. And then when the economy was bad, they would say, oh, it's the current president, therefore the economy's bad because of the current president. Or if their guy was in office, it'd be like, well, this is what Obama did and this is the previous guy's fault. That's how they used to lie about the economy just like 10 years ago. But now they just put out fake government data, or they put out fake polls or fake data from like third-party firms, and then they just say the economy is whatever they want you to believe the economy is. Because 10 years ago, if the economy was doing poorly, everyone agreed, because they'd go to the grocery store and they'd go, prices are up, my paycheck's not doing well, healthcare costs are going up, the economy's bad. But now, both MAGA and Democrats, typical liberals, if their side says the economy is good or bad, they will ignore all of the material reality in front of them and just agree with the narrative that their political tribe is saying. It did not used to be that way 10 years ago. A decade ago, you could not gaslight Democrats into thinking the economy was good in the first 2 years or 3 years or 4 years of the Biden administration, or sorry, the Obama administration. What you could gaslight them into saying, well, this is George Bush's fault. This is George Bush did this. And they'd be like, oh, okay, Obama's doing great things. The economy is going to do really good in 3 or 4 years. And then the economy did kind of get better in the second term of Obama. And they're like, see, all the shit Obama did in the first term, fix the economy, everything's great. Like that's how it used to go down. Sup, Trexmon? And Blight Blazer. So we're dumber? We're not dumber. We're more tribal and we're more ideological. And we're more susceptible to algorithms that are far more advanced that can create echo chambers and false narratives in your daily life. 10 years ago, yeah, people used social media, but even if they were active social media, there was like 10 years ago was the beginning. There was some people that were on Instagram all the time. And there was some people that were on Facebook all the time. But usually 10 years ago, you just were kind of on Facebook maybe for like an hour a day tops to like check in with some shit, maybe get in like one argument, and then you'd go back. And the algorithms weren't as sophisticated. So like you were just more grounded in reality because the censorship state had less control. But about 10 years ago is when they really started gaining control over you. where is it? The last one you sent me, the Peter Thiel thing, is something I may or may not get to tonight. But it's in my list of shit to like potentially react to. I'm just going off the vibe of the stream. We're just kind of hanging out. I'm mostly just answering questions and talking to you guys. Do you count membership gifts to the donation bar? You should. OBS doesn't. OBS and Streamlabs OBS don't let me do that, so I'd have to manually enter it. So the one that's on the bar is just super chats. It doesn't count direct donations through Streamlabs, and it doesn't count memberships. But if you must know, I've had 11 new memberships, which is $44, right? Which puts us over the goal of $50 for super chats. But if it was a whole goal, you know, my shit might be set at like 75. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Like, cause you know, yeah, this is, you know, fuck you. I don't know. I love you guys, but you know, I got bills. I got shit to do. I got things I want to buy. You know what I mean? Daddy wants an OLED monitor one day. I can't get one right now. Also, I got to pay like $275 here like tomorrow or the next day to get tickets to the debate con in Tennessee, and I got to get a hotel room. Like, you know, so I do also got to buy shit that isn't just, you know, food and bills. Right? Like I'm going to have to spend like $500 to go to Tennessee plus whatever I'm spending on the road. You see cheeks on Scott's face? I pay when I see cheeks. Oh, okay. Scott about to be posted in the hotel. Dude, can I all right, so remember how I told you guys that I'm always open about my life and that I don't ever want skeletons to come out of my closet. So this is the day for that. I remembered as an adult previous times in my life differently because it took talking to Mark about it for him to be like, oh, that's weird. And then me like being like, oh, let me re-examine this memory. Holy shit, that's crazy. So I may or may not sure, have had sex with underage sex trafficked victims. I'll explain. When I was working for a company, I will not tell you the company for my own safety. Before I went into the Army, I was 19 at the time. Okay. I worked for a company grinding and polishing concrete before I went into the Army. And I worked for a company that it took me a while to realize was affiliated with the Armenian, like an Armenian gypsies and mob. Right now, I worked with a lot of Armenian gypsies. Some, you know, like not like, I don't think they're like Roma gypsies, right? But they were Armenians. And I didn't know they were in the mob. What I knew when I first got the job was, wow, it's really weird that every single person that I work with has been to prison, right? Now, this part of the story I've said on stream before, but there's another part of the story that was like, oh, interesting. So one day, and then like every now and then I'd go on like this all black crew. It was like me, one other white guy, and like 3 black dudes, right? I don't know why I said all black when it's 60% black, but the boss was black. And like there was another black guy, so sometimes it was 4. Anyways, so every now and then I'd go off of one crew to another crew because we were the only people that hadn't been to federal prison out of like all the employees of the company. And we would go do jobs that were like on military bases or something, where you needed to get like a background check or something, and like felons weren't allowed. So anyways, I was doing a job in DC, and like we got they had quoted the job like with a certain hardness of concrete. Turns out the concrete was harder than we thought when we started cutting, which means we needed more diamond tip drill bits, and we needed more of like this chemical that we would put on the floor that would help soften the concrete to open it up as we grind the concrete, right? Because you got to grind it. You got to basically cut off the top layer and then change the grit of the grind and how much it cuts step by step, especially if it's really hard concrete, until you get to the point where it's polished. You can't just polish concrete. You have to cut it until it's like, you have to open up the pores, cut until it's like a really smooth cut, then put chemicals down, then like, you know, then instead of cutting, now you start polishing like sandy grit, open up that concrete like you did those girls. Yeah, we'll get there. So I go to the shop. I've got keys to the shop. I'm in my uniform. It's like the shop is like a 3.5, 4 hour drive away. So I'm getting paid for the whole day because we were traveling up and down the East Coast. And like we would bring a truck with us of all our stuff. And we only had a little bit of chemical and a little bit of diamond tip drills for like emergencies. So I needed to go back and go back within one day so that we had the shit for the next day. So I get there, and as I'm coming in, an armed man in like a fucking jumpsuit stops me and like is like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Hey, I work here. I'm supposed to be here, etc." Then I go in, and it's like it is a stereotypical mobster hangout at the shop for some reason. And they're like just sitting at the table, hanging out, drinking. And it's like a couple dudes standing around that are armed and a couple of other dudes chit-chatting. And like some of them are in jumpsuits, which is so weird. And some of them are in just like regular suits. And one guy asks me, and he's, you know, he like pulls me over and he's like, "Oh, you're that new kid. I hear you're going into the army. You know, like, like, don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah." And so like, that's when I realized like, oh, I work for a mafia that is like, and all of these people have been to prison. Now I get it. These are all the people that kept their mouths shut and were given a good job when they got out of jail. These are all people that are part of the family in some way or another. And like, they're taken care of because they did their time in prison. And now they can't really do mob shit because they're felons. And like they're on the radar too much. Now, all of that I've told you guys before. And another detail I've told you guys before, which I didn't really link this together, is I used to party with gypsies. These Armenian gypsies that were a part of a very dangerous mob from Philly. Or at least that's where I think they were based out of. That's where the company was based out of. But anyways, I then thought about it, talking to Mark, and I was like, yeah, I've done some crazy shit, like doing drugs to stave off the drinks I'm having. And I'm like, yeah, like when I was working there and I'd drink these, me and my boy, we would drink these drinks that was 1 part vodka, 1 part Jaeger, 1 part Monster energy drink, and we'd do cocaine and party with gypsies. And then it dawned on me that I work with a bunch of dudes that are mafia people, and we're at a random hotel, and somehow there are just girls here. And I was like, I never saw them go to the club and procure girls. Like, we're just at a party and there's young, hot girls here, and we're getting fucked up and doing drugs and sometimes fucking girls in hotel rooms. And then I was like, oh, these aren't like local girls that heard the dudes from the concrete polishing company are in town. These are like girls the Armenian mob has access to because they own girls. And that dawned on me in the kitchen. I was like, oh, and I had sex with quite a few of these girls. And I never thought anything of it because I was just a 19-year-old hanging out with crazy party guys doing drugs and, you know, getting a couple hours of sleep and getting up and busting ass and working again. And they loved me because I was a hard worker that like really good at organizing all the shit and getting things done. And like, I'm turning 35 here very soon. And I was like, it took me fucking, 16 years later, I'm like, oh, those really young, really hot girls that I was drinking and doing coke with and like having late night song sessions, listening to fucking Armenian fucking, Gogol Bordelli style ass shit, and someone whips out a fucking ukulele, and next thing I know, I'm in a hotel room doing a line off some random girl's ass. Those girls didn't really have a choice to be there, did they? I want to make this funny. It's not funny. It's just dark. I don't know what to tell you guys. But like that like just happened to me. Start wearing purple. Yeah. That just like happened to me, and like I'm always open and honest with you guys because I want this shit to come out 20 years later as part of it. And two, I feel like that's part of the deal of having a parasocial relationship where you like donate money and we talk politics, is that like I'm supposed to be vulnerable and shit. So I figured I'd just tell you guys because fuck it, why not? But like I feel real bad about that. Purple is just another shade of red. Cool thing for the cool tips. But yeah, that's the thing that happened to me like a couple days ago, and I was like, oh shit. That's scary. Parasocial relationship is for VTubers and e-thoughts. Yeah, I don't know. Nicola fucking coming in at the wrong time. The worst part is the interracialism, in my opinion. Am I supposed to find another American mutt? Like, genuine question to all the race realists, like, anti-miscegenation. Am I just supposed to blow my brains out? Am I not allowed to exist? And if I am allowed to exist, and I am supposed to, like, continue on, right? Here's my question. I am 13% black. I am, like, I think, like, 10% Lebanese. I am Scotch-Irish with a little bit of French and a little bit of German. Okay? So I'm a mutt. I'm an American mutt. Okay? Now, my question is, yeah, I am. So my question is, was it right or wrong that I had two children with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 97% Anglo-Saxon white woman, and both of my children are blonde, one of whom is blue-eyed? Was that the racist? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to dilute the black and Lebanese out of my blood and continue the portion that's white and like bring more white into the world? Am I supposed to find a mutt that's roughly the same genetic makeup as me? Like, what am I supposed, or am I supposed to just start a shotgun because it's like it's evil miscegenation that I'm breeding? Like, riddle me this, racists. Like, what am I supposed to do? I know fascism is coming soon, right? I just want to do the right thing. I want to bow down to my racist, Groyper overlords in the appropriate way. If it makes you feel better, no Jewishness, no Jews on either side of the family, none of it whatsoever. Like, what do I do? You know what I mean? Like, what do I do? I mean, your phenotypic expression is more white than black. Yeah, because I got Scotch-Irish in me and like Lebanese, which is basically just like, I mean, it's Middle Eastern, but Christian Lebanese is pretty fucking white. It's more like Greek Mediterranean looking than like I'm not like part Arab, right? Like I'm like the white Mediterranean Christian Lebanese people. So really it's just a lot of different types of white and then like 13% black. My Groyper overlords would be Mexican. That's true. My Groyper overlords will be fucking less white than I am. Scott, you must altruistically sacrifice yourself for the gene pool. Too late. But the genes that I promulgated are blonde-haired, blue-eyed genes, okay? Like one of my children is blonde-haired, blue-eyed. The other's blonde-haired, like light brown hazel eyes. I don't believe in the whole one drop thing, so you did good diluting your gene pool with a very white girl. All right. So that's what I thought. I thought that being mostly white passing, they'd be cool with me having blonde babies. I figured that's what the deal was, but I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, if your genes are white enough, I'll say if your kids... My dad's blonde. My dad's so blonde, he has blonde eyelashes. And their mom is super blonde. And and like I said, 97% Anglo-Saxon. And I know her genetic makeup because she's Mormon, and they all get genetic testing. Just tell them you're Italian. To be honest with you, I probably have a very, very similar genetic makeup as an Italian. Right? Like when you think about the Moors invading Italy and like Sicily, and the fact that I have some Lebanese in me, which is Mediterranean, like honestly, my American ethnic mutt kind of created a new Italian. Is kind of like what my, like, I turned out as. For Iberian, yeah. I think it's more fun because of the black ladies Scott had fun with too. I have had sex with a lot of black women as well. They are my preference. They're not who I settled down and had children with, all right? I did the right thing. I was raised right, okay? All right? I knew what to pull out of and what to wear rubber for. No one told me you were streaming? I'm late? Well, join the Discord. Like the stream, because there's 15 of you watching right now that haven't liked the stream. Join the Discord. You always get the go live notifications. You know nothing, Jon Snow. If both of your parents have heterozygous genes and their children are homozygous, then the homozygous genes can be passed on. Yeah, we all went to fucking. I was about to say, yeah, we all remembered learning. We all remembered Mendelev's pee experiments in fucking 8th grade. You know, like, yeah. Well, whose fault is that, Jon Snow? You're like, no one told me. Meanwhile, I'm in the Discord where I can learn it. Guys, do the thing. Yeah, I appreciate it. We're just having fun tonight. We're just fucking, we're chilling. All right, you guys ready to... Do we want to talk shit on England? Is it time for fuck England? I think it's time for fuck England.
Yeah, stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England, and the queen can suck my dick. Fuck England, fish and chips, steamed crumpets in my penis. There's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
Ew, a Mormon? Oh, it's fucking, you know, look, dude, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. All right, boys, it's that time where we remind everyone here that we're supposed to hate the English. All right? When we must be xenophobic towards the English. It's not that I have a deep hatred for English culture. It's not that I have a problem with Anglicans or Saxons or Normans, maybe a little bit the Normans, or Norse Vikings that settled, all right, or the Gauls, or the people living north of Hadrian's Wall, or the Druids, or all those ethnic groups that made up the original England, or the British Empire, or any of those things. Liquid Zulu is one of the good ones. What I am reminding you of is that England has become a shithole country, all right? It has become a dystopia. And because it has become a dystopia, some people are going to flee to America. And it is our patriotic duty as Americans to remind them that they left a shithole country because those pussies forgot every bit of patriotic blood for Western culture that they had, and they capitulated to socialism. Okay, and that socialism brought them mass migration. The Muslims are walking around raping their fucking kids. They don't have any guns. And if I hear one English person that fucking becomes an American citizen talk about the need for universal health care or American gun violence is a problem, I'm thinking I'm gonna mollywop them. I'm genuinely considering that in my libertarian analysis, the demand for increases in social welfare state and disarming the population and, you know, being nice to the immigrants and all the shit that ruined their country. If I hear them come over here and do that shit is pales in comparison to me whipping out my big dick and smacking them in the fucking forehead. And so we begin. Here is an advertisement campaign for London's police, or sorry, for the UK's police force. I wonder what kind of ads they're going to be running. The police are going to be running. I wonder what's going on in England. Like, how are the police selling themselves to the British public?
PC Paul, I've been a police officer here for 16 years, and in January I reverted to Islam. Alhamdulillah, I'm very happy. Assalamu alaikum, brother, how are you?
Yep.
My role.
They are running advertisement campaigns of this wonderful, great police officer to interact with the community because he's converted to Islam. You're not allowed to have an English flag. You're not allowed to pray in public. But
Is to interact with the community, so it's really nice because I've been here for so long. I know the young children, I know the the older people, the grandparents, the parents. It's like one big family actually. So if I have a problem with a child, if they're naughty, they're being stepping out of line, I can take them home to the parents.
yeah, you got to have the piano music in the background for the shit lib promotional material. That's true, Mince.
Nobody sort of, a lot of people said, oh, inshallah, one day, Paul, you're going to you'll be Muslim. But no one really, they've not sort of tried to force or anything like this. And it's just
Well, he might be sped, but maybe that's the inbreeding, and that's a great start. If he's inbred, that is a great start to conversion to Islam.
over a period of time, I started studying the Quran, and I started to look into Islam, and it's just such a wonderful, wonderful, peaceful religion. In a period of
Yeah, just a wonderful, peaceful religion. I've never heard of a more peaceful ideology than Islam. Can you guys think of a more peaceful ideology? According to the UK police, the most peaceful ideology, wonderful, peaceful religion, the religion of peace, guys.
5 months, I've read the Quran twice, and I've not missed a prayer. Young people, they'll come to me and they say, Paul, because I can say to them, are you praying? Because I know I'm praying all the prayers, and it's nice because they'll come and say, actually, now we're praying. So, alhamdulillah, it works together. Like, I can rub off on them, and then they will inspire me, and they'll rub off on me.
Hey, maybe the UK police shouldn't be talking about adults rubbing off on children. Maybe you guys aren't the ones to say that you can rub off on them and they'll rub off on you. Maybe word choice. If we're talking about converting to Islam, maybe that's not the take.
People have asked me, why did you choose Islam? And my answer is, I didn't choose Islam. Allah chose me, alhamdulillah. I've got no doubt in my mind, I've been put here for a reason.
Listen, man, I get being a Christian in your home country. I do not fucking get the British outlawed inbreeding up to 6 degrees of separation for the commoners centuries ago. Not if you're in Rotherham or Luton.
I'm not just a local policeman. I'm like a brother, an uncle, a son, a nephew, a friend, and I'm blessed.
That's PC Paul, guys. Now, hear me out. Meanwhile, while they're celebrating conversion to Islam, while the police are letting you all know that, here's what else the police are doing.
Palestinian march, right? You are quite openly Jewish. This is a pro-Palestinian march, right? I'm not accusing you of anything, but I'm worried about the reaction to you now. You've been escorted out of this area so you can go about your business, go where you like freely, or if you choose to remain here, because you are causing a breach of these people and these other people, you will be arrested.
You got it, boys. Dude kind of looks like him, all right? He looks like him 3 years ago. It's crazy. So if you are openly Jewish, you must be removed or you will be arrested for being openly Jewish. You're not allowed to be near the Palestinians when they're protesting down the streets, when they're blocking traffic, when they're blocking your ability to, walk peacefully, when they're coming to the streets in support of violent terrorist organizations. It's illegal for you to be Jewish in your own city. You will be arrested for being Jewish, for being openly Jewish. Meanwhile, we're running ad campaigns about how wonderful it is that the police are converting to Islam. So again, and he gives the rationale, because your existence is antagonizing to these people. The existence of a Jew, yeah, it's a different accent. It's just funny because his face is blurred out, and he's also ginger with a white beard. Your presence is antagonizing. Your existence is antagonistic to this group of people. So, and if this group of people becomes violent, we can't stop them, so we'll stop you. That's England. It gets better, boys. Let me find another one for you. The UK is now decriminalizing bike thefts because they can't deal with all of the immigrants that they've brought in stealing bikes. So now, you know that Owen Benjamin song that like obviously can't be played on YouTube because it's just the N-word over and over again, saying that N-word stole my bike? You know, all those racist jokes from back in the day where it's like black people steal your bikes? Well, in England, not only do they do it, now the government is decriminalizing it. It's just too much. It's too much for them to deal with. So they're just going to let them steal shit. They're just going to let them steal bikes. Because why not? Because if you're a Muslim immigrant, you're above the law and you will be celebrated no matter what you do. But don't be caught being openly Jewish outside. That's illegal. Why not just, I mean, like at this point, why not just put a little star on the Jews and the whites? A little star that says, and then have little signs up that say where you're allowed and where you're not allowed. Entrance of the Gladiator theme plays. This is a bit of an old one, but I figured I'd add this to the add two more little fun things. Let me just find it real quick. Dude, when you're so absurd, when your left-wing ideology has gone to such a degree that you've lost Banksy to the right wing, that's fucking insane. So this is a Banksy painting. Now it's actually really fucking cool because what Banksy did is, I think that this isn't the original. This is the original. Sorry. So this is the original Banksy. Banksy came over near a government building, but not like right on one, and and did this painting, or one of his people did. You know what I mean? It's Banksy, so it might have been a stencil, right, of the British judge beating protesters, holding up, the white surrender placard. Except Banksy did something which, fucking. I'm not a big Banksy fan, but when he does it right, he does it right. He painted it with a special painting a special type of paint, so that when they tried to get rid of it, only some of the painting would go away so that it would erase it, but that they would need to deeply power wash it to get rid of all of it. So what they did in response was the British government got rid of his anti-censorship piece of artwork that's a Banksy, and then when they tried to get rid of it, it actually kept the judge and the gavel, and they couldn't get rid of it. And so instead of hiring a contractor to like come in and deep power wash it to really get rid of it, because this is soaked through deeply and they might need to replace the stone because it's too expensive to do that, they put a fucking camera on the piece so that the government can always watch this piece of artwork to ensure that nobody comes back and tries to repaint it or anything to try and silence you. They made his art, his anti-censorship art piece, the most performative anti-censorship art piece I've ever seen. This happened a couple weeks ago. You best start believing in cyberpunk dystopias, because you're in one. So that's my little update on England. That's the fuck England portion of the show, boys. Do I think most Brits are self-aware? Here's the average British citizen, as far as I can tell, of the ones that aren't. These are the non-cucked based British citizens.
If you've got stuff you'd like to gather, obviously I'm more than willing to talk through what you're able to take with you.
What, you're taking me away now?
Yes, so you're under arrest, so you're going to Harrogate, unfortunately.
You're taking me to Harrogate in the middle of the night over a tweet?
I am, unfortunately.
Is this what you signed up the police to do?
This is my role. I'm trying to be reasonable with you here.
So
if there's stuff you'd like to gather, I'm more than willing to allow you to gather some sort of stuff like medication, if you've got any numbers you need. But at the moment,
you join the police to go and arrest people at night for tweets online.
Do you need any medication? I can't imagine that you are going to be in very long, but do you need any medication that you take at night?
No.
This is the average based right-winger's response in Britain. So no, I don't think they're self-aware. I don't think they've realized just how far their country's fallen.
No. Do you need anything else you can think of? Wallet?
Do
you want to change your shoes or out?
I'd like to put some shoes on if that's all right with you.
Of course it is.
Righty, huh?
Oh, cheerio. Oh, I guess we'll just march on down to the police station.
Just make sure there's nothing in your pocket that you can harm yourself with whilst you're being transported in the van. We're going to do it in here rather than outside so all your neighbours can gawk.
Oh, fill your boots, mate. I'm good. You do understand that I'm going to make a maximum fuss about this free speech union.
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys,
I'm going to make a maximum fuss about this.
Guys just doing your jobs, obviously, but you're...
But I understand you're just doing your jobs. I understand you're not the bad guy here. The bad guy, I understand, I understand that you're just doing your job, coming into my house to arrest me in the middle of the night for a tweet. Mind you, there are tens of thousands of people being charged with some form of online hate speech crimes. And as we've already seen from the last Fuck England segment, even if you say nothing inciting violence whatsoever, the judge will consider him doing you a favor by only sentencing you to 2 years in prison. Rape little girls, if your skin color's the right color, slap on the wrist, some probation. Say a slightly offensive tweet that just describes reality and doesn't even incite violence in any way, shape, or form. Not even direct actionable violence, doesn't even incite violence at all. Just a tweet saying, this is what these people are doing. Why are we paying taxes for this? This is disgusting. 2 years in prison and the judge is doing you a favor. if they were self-aware, at a minimum, there would be peaceful protests that shut down cities and shut down the economy until the prime minister Keir Starmer is forced to resign, and a snap election would have nothing but libertarians or fascists of some type running the government, and there wouldn't be a single Labor Party seat in their government. At a minimum. No, they are not self-aware.
Dickhead bosses have just opened up a world of shit.
Trust me, if I didn't have to be here, I wouldn't have been. But I'm happy to give you...
I'm quite certain you two have got like 50 better things to do. Because what's your patch? Your Harrogate, Northallerton...
We're referred to as Hambleton. So
yeah.
We're also Harrogate District.
Yeah.
So if
but
you're
of
able
course,
to
like the police they're not going to be able to credibly tell anybody that they're under-resourced now if they're sending people out to arrest people for tweets.
They're definitely not going to be able to say they're underfunded now if they're sending people out to arrest them for tweets. This is kind of a based reply, though.
Well, there's no point us debating it, is it? It's your dick.
He's putting gloves on because he's going to put his hands in his pockets. He's going to, at the very minimum.
Dickhead bosses. Could you... right, just a sec. Would you...
We'll be taking that first, unfortunately.
Right, okay. Well, just a second before you do.
Yeah, no, they're not self-aware. All right, special little segment of the fuck England is maybe one of the good ones. I have a lot of problems. I saw this pop up, and I was like, dude, this would be a great ending to the fuck England segment for like a night where we're just doing a bunch of reactions and chit-chatting. I listened to like the first minute or two of this and was like, oh, I gotta react to this on stream. For the record, this is presumably, because it's 2 days ago, this is in response to Keir Starmer coming out and saying that, they had like this big labor thing and they have like this new vision of the UK, and it's like all about climate change and being kind to migrants and not being racist. But then there was this really weird portion, and we reacted to this earlier, where he was like, oh, everyone will have digital ID now. You will not be able to have digital ID if you're going to work in the UK, and this is going to crack down on illegal immigration. And then went on like a rant about how evil the whites and the Christians are. I mean, didn't say it explicitly, but like, we need digital ID for climate change. We need digital ID for workers because it's your moral duty to support Ukraine in the rightful war against Russia. It was like, what the fuck? Like it was completely unhinged. And I saw Sargon was responding, and I was like, okay, Sargon's taken a bit of a commie twist here lately, right? He's definitely been embracing communism as like not that bad, as like accurately, showcasing some of the, the prescriptions are bad, but like but communism really does do a pretty good job of seeing the problems. Yeah, and so he's been embracing fascistic thinking here for a while. Like the soft variant of fascism that I think is likely to take over the right. British class system is far more sheltered than the American class system. What do you mean by that? Scott, why do you hate the idea of digital ID so much, Americans in general? I don't like the idea of giving the government more resources to track all of our data, our employment history, our online presence, especially once you start having a digital signature that follows you in computer systems. And then they start demanding that, like, oh, you need to prove you're 18 to be on this website. You need to prove that you're this person you say you are to combat, Russian bot farm accounts and things like that. And that is a step towards what is happening in the UK. And in the UK, it is a means by which the digital ID is 100% going to be used to tie every UK citizen, regardless of whether or not they're using a VPN or whatever, towards so that they can make sure that every mean tweet is cataloged to a digital ID so they can arrest you for having the wrong opinions. And if you let that shit happen in America, the same thing is going to happen here. True, I don't think Americans are as ideologically aligned with Sargon as you think. I must have missed something. Elliot, it's more of an alias. This is my alt extremist account.
I am loving this Labour conference, aren't you, folks? This is everything that I said that they were going to do. I did a stream the other day saying Keir Starmer is declaring war on the right. And what did he do in his speech today? He came out and told everyone that you're the enemy.
If you say or imply that people cannot be English or British because of the colour of their skin, that mixed heritage families owe you an explanation, that people who've lived here for generations, raised their children here, built their...
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're not English, you're not English. Like, it's such a non-controversial take. I mean, like, obviously, you're English to some degree. Like, it's a Bayesian inference. But, like, yeah, that's such a silly thing.
Lives here, working in our schools, our hospitals, running businesses, are our neighbours. If you say they should now be deported, then mark my words, we will fight you with everything we have, because you are the enemy of national renewal.
Yeah, national renewal is the term I was looking for. What the fuck is national renewal? It's just a bunch of like magic words and platitudes. There's no real concept behind national renewal. It's just a new buzzword that Labor is using. Did the protest do nothing? The protest did nothing, correct. Starmer is what would happen if John Oliver became a leader.
Say it here. People who are foreign are not British. People whose ethnicity you define by reference to a foreign nationality are actually not British.
I mean, they can be to some degree, right? Like this is like the problem with like I don't know why Sargon is taking on this like new like right-wing cope. Right? It's like it's a right-wing cope. Is this idea that like you're not British unless you're what? Anglo-Saxon? No, the question shouldn't be are you, it's not a binary. It's not are you or are you not British. It's how British are you? Okay? Like if you're not ethnically British, then you're less British than an ethnically British person. Right? But like if you're a third generation immigrant was born and raised in England, right? You're not fucking Ethiopian. You might be ethnically Ethiopian. You're less British than the fucking family that's been there for 1,000 years, but you're also not fully Ethiopian just because of your skin color. If you know what I mean? Like it's like, especially like you married a British woman, you grew up in British schools, you grew up in a British neighborhood, like you are British to some degree. Like there's this weird thing where like the left has like this magic soil theory where it's like, oh, the moment you cross over that line and you sign some paperwork, you're British. It's like, no, you're fucking not. Like you didn't grow up here. You're not a part of our culture. You're not ethnically British. You're not genetically like British. You don't have the same, you don't have the same body that's acclimatized even to our region unless you've been here for a couple of years. Like you're less British, right? But then the right has this weird thing where it's like they're and this is like the fascistic bent where they're starting to go to this blood and soil narrative where it's like you are either ethnically British or you're not British at all. And it's like, no, that's also retarded, right? Like some mixed race dude, right? Who's like mom was from a Jamaican family, but she grew up in England, right? But her parents are Jamaican immigrants. And then your dad is like a white dude that's been here forever. And now you're like a light-skinned half Jamaican whose both parents grew up and were raised in England. And one of them is from a family that has been here for 1,000 years. And your grandparents are from Jamaica. Like, you're pretty fucking British. Like, but you're not as British as the Anglo-Saxons. And funnily enough, the Saxons invaded. Like, the Anglicans are technically more British than the Saxons, but considering Britannia in the history, for all intents and purposes, we'll say Anglo-Saxons or Saxons are as British, right? But like, you know what I mean? Like, but are you as British as the Druids north of Hadrian's Wall? You know what I mean? Like, no, kinda not, but you are. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's fascism light to make the argument that like you are either ethnically, like, that British is a binary. It's not. It's a Bayesian inference. It's a balance of things. And there gets to be a certain point where you're just not British. And then there gets to be a point where, like, yeah, you're British, right? And like the mixed race guy that's half Anglo-Saxon, half Jamaican, that's a third generation immigrant from one side of the family, and the other side of the family has been here for 1,000 years, that grew up here, that never left the country, that, like, you know, maybe is like religiously is, you know, goes to an Anglican church, right? And is also married to a British woman and has kids that are 75% ethnically British, and he has a normal ass fucking job. That dude's British. It doesn't matter that he's fucking 50% ethnically Jamaican. Like, that guy's obviously fucking British. Are you more British than the dependents of the Picts? Scott, don't feed into the leftist view of fascism. Fascists were civic nationalists. Fascists were not civic nationalists. What? What argue? Fascists were, are you saying that the left thinks that fascists are civic nationalists? And that's the narrative that I'm digging into? Or are you making the claim that fascists were civic nationalists? Because my claim is that when you have the right wing saying that communism mostly sees the world correctly, and then they give blood and soil arguments about what is and isn't British, that's fascism light, that's fascistic. And if you're saying that I'm giving into a leftist narrative because I'm making that claim, I think you might be off your rocker. But like, I'd love to hear more of your argument. No, leftists think fascists were racialists. Fascists were civic nationalists. They didn't even believe race existed. All I can think of now is like that speech that Hitler gave early on, where he was like talking and he was like, these people are not German. And he was talking about noticing the Jew on the street. Also, Nazis do not equal okay, so now when you say fascism, we're going to separate Nazism. You mean only classical fascism, right? So Italian fascism from anarcho-syndicalism that then went into syndicalism as a form of socialism, and then became fascism. So there's no, your belief, I just want to get this straight. Your argument is there was no racial identity whatsoever under fascism. The Gentile and like never had any racial beliefs. Like, it was all just about whether or not you were born magic soil theory, and became a papered, Italian. But we're a separate ideology? Are you claiming fascism in my fucking chat right now? Alt history, Scott is fascist propaganda, was one of the Nick Fuentes in the video.
And you know how I know is because I have to reference another fucking country for you to even identify them as separate to us, Kia. That's why. That's why I know that fundamentally they are from somewhere else and we are not. That's just the way that these things work. And if you did...
Were, okay, as in past tense. I was like, all right, man. I don't know why you're here, but I mean, I guess. Welcome to the stream, you fascist piece of shit.
They are from somewhere else and we are not. That's just the way that these things work. And if you didn't have such an insane view of what it was to be from a nation, to be a part of a nation, to be someone of this place, then this wouldn't be a problem at all. If you would come out and say, you know what, actually, we're happy to have our foreign friends and guests living among us, but the concerns of the native people, the indigenous population of these islands, has to come first, everyone will say, yeah, of course, that's very reasonable. Completely reasonable. Why would I object to that? If I'm a guest in someone else's country, no matter how many generations of my English descendants were guests in another country, I'd say the same thing. But you can't do that.
I mean, there is somewhat of an argument here, right? Like, I mean, he's taking it too far. And is just, you know, like I said, it's just fascism light. It's blood and soil bullshit. I mean, if you want to say Nazism light, because you fucking take some retarded issue with saying that fascism had any racialism to it because the Nazis were more racialist, I don't fucking care, whatever term you prefer, right? But when Volkism, right? Like, it's very Volkish, right? And like, but there is an argument to be made, right? That the left is absurd with this magic soil in the other direction. And that this idea of like, our country is for everyone, ethnically speaking. And if you have any issue with that, then like you are the enemy of national renewal. Whatever the fuck that is also an insane take.
You have to demand that they are in every way the equals to us in this country. You have to demand that they have as much claim to England as me, my children, my family, my friends, my community. You have to demand that these people have as much claim to England as they have to their home countries. As Shabana Mahmood, in fact, running around saying, I'm English, even though she can get a Pakistani passport at any time because Pakistani citizenship is based on the blood.
Patriotism, a force for good.
Yeah, I mean, there is something very, I mean, like, the contradiction occurs from statism. Contradiction occurs from the concept of, like, you know, 80 million or 90 million, or it was 68 million, I think, 68 million English people all being forced to be one part of a pseudo community. That is where the contradiction occurs. But nevertheless, the concept of citizenship being like a piece of paperwork is like ever increasingly more of a problem because the barrier to entry is non-existent. In fact, it's like England, like Western countries are kind of like water-starved cells, right? And so like the you know, the cellular membrane, what is it called? Oh my God, it's like oh my God. I can't I can't think of the fucking name for the cellular membrane, right? But it uses osmosis to bring water in. And so like for the longest time throughout human history, the barrier to entry was A, you weren't going to get welfare, B, you were going to experience racism, and C, you had to find a way to get to that country, which was likely a very expensive boat trip, right? So like coming from one part of the world to the other part of the world, you weren't going to be in that country unless you were wealthy and you were wanted and you were willing to face racism because you brought so much value that it didn't matter because you were going to succeed because you were hardworking, you had maybe connections, etc. And so all of these things ensured that even if you had an open immigration system and citizenship process that wasn't racially based, up until even the 1970s, this doesn't really matter because it's exceedingly difficult for you to get there and survive there and be there long enough to become a citizen. Phospholipid biolayer. Thank you. I don't know. I was like, I remember there was like some phospho up in that bitch. And so like, but now what you have is exceedingly cheaper world travel, war-torn areas where they're pushing people off. And then you have the exact opposite where the cell is like, the cell of the country is essentially starved. And so there's massive welfare and handouts to these people. And so it's like, to a degree, you need cultural pushback, high trust society, and low taxation and low welfare for like that immigration process to make sense. But when you do the inverse and you just give handouts to these people, give them healthcare, give them a cell phone, give them a hotel room, give them, you know, free trips in here, hook them up with work, Let them get away with whatever crimes. Don't assimilate them. Use the strong arm of the law to abuse anyone that disagrees with them or treats them with any negative emotions whatsoever. Then of course you have this massive influx of uncontrollable migrants and a destruction of your country. Like I don't think you need a state, but you certainly don't need bloodline-based immigration policies. The problem is that if you don't have those systems and you have all these other systems that are designed to bring people in, then the lack of a bloodline immigration system becomes an exploitable weakness by the state. But again, the state is the one causing the problem.
Is turning into something smaller, something more like ethno-nationalism, which struggles to accept that someone who looks like me and has a...
Dude, why does Japan get away with ethno-nationalism? Like, dude, why does China get away with ethno-nationalism? But especially Japan. Like, we say ethno-nationalism, and then for the longest time, the Jews in Israel got away with it, and then all of a sudden, they fucking went against Palestinians or the Arabs, too hard. And now, like, they don't get away with it. But, like, why is ethno-nationalism the greatest evil thing ever? And then they're like, except for Japan. Japan's cool. Japan's nice. Like, Japan is explicitly ethno-nationalist. Like, I'm just curious, like, what is it about? Is it literally just because whiteness, right? Everything has to be through the frame of reference of whiteness. And so, like, they still haven't been able to gaslight people enough into believing that the Japanese are, like, white adjacent enough for people to care about the fact that they're ethno-nationalists. Have you seen how much leftists despise Japan? I have, and it's not much. When you get into like leftist circles, sure, but it's like it's not mainstream. You know what I mean? Like it's only like the tankies and the lefties, like the hardcore leftists that are like have any level of hatred for Japan.
Faith like mine can truly be English or British.
She can call us racist and then say, I'm English, I'm English.
Schrodinger's minority when it comes to Asians, LOL. I mean, it's way stronger when it comes to the Jews, but yes.
English or British.
She can call us racist and then say, I'm English, I'm English, I'm English, all she wants. But the facts...
Listen, I'll watch porn. Porn's bad for you. Stop watching porn, boys. It's like once you quit, it's hard, but like after a month or so, it's not that fucking hard. All right? Stop watching porn. But while we're on the topic of noise, for the love of God, why does every anime, sub or dub, doesn't matter, need to do this every time someone eats? Hum, 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 hum. Why does that noise need to be there? I can see you eating a cheeseburger. I don't need to hear the hum, 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 hum. Okay? Like, there's no reason for this. We all understand what's happening. Okay, I get it. When Goku's on his fucking 56th bowl of ramen, add some sound effects to really pump up the fucking fact that he's like chowing down on food. But why does the nervous girl who fucking, Oni-chan, covers up her mouth every time she giggle, gotta make this loud, audible, auditorium-filling fucking sound with every fucking bite? Who eats like this? Stop it. Clip this? You clip it, Mince. All you gotta do is click the scissors button. Put it in the Discord. Stream clips. Are you conflating food with porn? First of all, that's a category of porn. Second of all, I'm conflating noises people are complaining about in their porn, which I haven't noticed because I don't watch fucking porn. But I am mad at the fucking anime like noises that are made when people are eating. I don't fucking get it. I hate it.
Of the matter are that she is in fact a pack.
There are weebs that make that sound. Please. I do this as an atheist. I will reach out to whatever Lord or God others believe may be in the sky. And if you've ever granted me anything in this world, oh Lord, please make it to where I do not have to socialize or meet people that are such a weeb that they make that noise when eating. Because, Lord God above, I will assault one of your children. I will beat the brakes off of one of God's children if you put me in the same room as someone going hump, hump, every time they take a bite of a fucking sandwich.
Pakistani woman. She is not English. Are that she is in fact a Pakistani woman. She is not English. She has no English blood. She has no British blood whatsoever, in fact.
It is indeed very ANCAP of me, because they have assaulted me. This is an appropriate escalation of their fucking assault of me.
And her parents chose to come here, as she put it, to look for a better life. Well, actually, that's not what I think my country is for. My country is not for foreigners to come seeking a better life.
Nom, nom, nom. If I hear hump, nom, 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 you better be a smoking, hot, scene alt, emo, weeb, e-girl, whatever. You better be a fucking 10. Because if you're a 9 or below or a male, we're going to have a problem. You better be disarmingly hot, right? Like you need to be at a level that it changes me as a person. I do not like to hear people eat. Okay. I do not like that. If you ever want to know how to torture me, literally, dude, even it typed out in chat is bothering me. Like, I was like, I need, like, if you want to torture me, like, just make me watch a mukbang videos at like an American mall or some shit. Like, I will give you the nuclear launch codes in a fucking quick flash in a hurry. Like, I hate listening or seeing people eat. This fuck England segment has gone off the rails, but I'm just saying.
Actually, that's not what I think my country is for. My country is not for foreigners to come seeking a better life. And then...
No. Nom, 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 give me them toes wasn't even bothering me. But when I looked over and saw Shrek eyes go, chagam, nom, 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 ooh, this food's so good. Ooh, I was like, dude, I'm thinking horrible, violent thoughts.
When you decide that actually you're going to put foreigners in positions of power above us and then act like we should not be concerned about this whatsoever. I mean, who among us is more British than Shabana Mahmood, the woman who says that Islam is her moral compass and guides everything that she does? And
again, in the correct analysis, the Bayesian inference, right, that Sargon of Akkad, for whatever reason, isn't doing because he's on this Volkism shtick. I don't know if it's a grift or if he's literally just going insane. And I get going insane in your country, right? I get fighting since Gamergate to try and fix this shit. And, you know, for whatever reason, he hasn't discovered libertarianism. And so he's searching for solutions and hasn't found the correct one yet. I get going insane. But like in the analysis, Shabana Mahmood, who says Islam is her moral compass, is less British, right? The question is not, are you or are you not British? The question is, how British are you? And there is a degree on one end of the spectrum or the other where you're so not British that you're just not British. And there's another degree where you're so British that you're just obviously British. And when you bringing in a new religion, when you are, anti, the values of that country, when you are not a part of, that culture in any way, when you don't take on the namesake or the naming conventions of that country, when you are an immigrant, when you are a different race, all of these things are categories of not British.
We'll say things like this.
Well, if it's purely blood, right? If it is 100% blood, then Anglo-Saxons are not British. which is a majority of the white population of England. And the reason they're not British is because they're mixed with Saxons, and Saxons invaded England. I mean, it wasn't England at the time. It would be like, I guess, like Britannia, right? Like, they invaded and they warred, and like the Normans and the Vikings and the Saxons and the Anglicans, and like, we're all warring south of Hadrian's Wall. You know what I mean? And then there's like weird fucking Scots and shit that are like coming in and out on boats from time to time, right? Like, there's a lot of multi-ethnic groups that were warring for power that eventually just bred into one fucking thing that we call English or British. I mean, it's why it's called Anglo-Saxon as opposed to Anglican or Saxon, right? Like, Saxons are basically Germans. 33 likes, yet 28 viewers. Well, I was up to almost 50 viewers. Yeah, so that's why I have more likes than viewers, because like 20 people left. It is what it is, you know what I mean? Like, it's a chill night. We're doing reactions. We're chit-chatting with chat. Like, I'm not doing a big event, so like the pull isn't quite as much as it normally is. Wait, you're telling me that there were multiple types of white people? Yeah. Yeah. Angles, Jutes, like there's like a fuck ton of ethnicities. So it's like, which one is the true British? It's very clearly not purely fucking genetic. Like, that doesn't even make any logical sense. It falls apart if you just go backwards in history.
Yeah, I don't know what she was saying either, Keir.
I was about to be like, dude, can you put subtitles on this? And then he just responds with, yeah, I don't know what she's saying either. Yeah, again, not speaking our language. Another tick in the box of not British.
But she's your Home Secretary. I'm absolutely sick of it. They have countries of their own. They can go to other countries where their ethnic group is the majority, and their ethnic group is served by the state, served by their institutions, and they can feel as if the country is run for them. And all I'm asking is to feel that way for me.
I guess there's some value to that. But the idea of like, oh, well, they can go to their country and then their country feels like the country is run for them is such a, again, that feels very fashy. You know what I mean? Like, the country is not run for them. Every African country, every Middle Eastern country is run in pure corruption. Like, maybe if you're a native of Dubai, the country is kind of for you as well as it's for tourism because they import slave labor that they pretend isn't slave labor. Like, yeah, sure, I guess maybe Dubai, but most of these countries are incredibly corrupt, stealing from the people and abusing the people. But it's like, it's not this magical fucking feeling of security because the country is mostly this ethnicity. Like, the state is abusing them regardless of whether or not they're intentionally importing a bunch of different ethnicities and forcing multiculturalism on them. That's just one of many abuses of the state that maybe don't exist in other countries that does exist in your country. Oh, you said something I disagree with you? Must be a fascist. In what way? In what world are you getting that from? I'm not calling Sargon of Akkad fashy and fascistic because he disagrees with me. Like, what? I'm calling him that because he has an obsession with race and ethnicity and statism to such a degree that it bends towards that. He's an authoritarian, he's a statist, and now he has this anti-capitalist, anti-corporatist layer where he is avidly anti-capitalist, where he was arguing about the merits of Marx and how they and how Marx correctly identifies problems of capitalism and the excesses of corporate power. And on top of that, he's got this racialist bent and right-wing values. And I'm not saying he's a fascist. I'm saying he's fascistic. He's kind of fascy here. All of those things put together is a pretty clear-cut fascistic ideology. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know if you're new here. I feel like I've seen you here more than once or twice. Like, I don't normally go on rants. I don't call everybody fascy or fascist if they disagree with me. That's not a thing I do over here. It's a thing I'm doing specifically with him because he's being a fucking textbook proto-fascist or neo-fascist. Where do you keep getting this nonsense idea that fascists weren't racialists? Where are you getting this idea from? You've said this multiple times that fascism and fascists had nothing to do with racism. This is just blatantly not true. He wants to be a fascist because he saw cool military World War II edits. Have I considered his thundercock? Fuck. Damn, big dick energy. He must be right. Even if you separate Nazis from classical fascists, like, do you at least recognize that Mussolini was a racialist? Like, are you only talking about classical fascists leading up to, but not during World War II? Maybe you have an argument from like the beginnings of fascist ideology, but every instantiation of fascism went into racialism, right? Like Italy had anti-Jewish laws. They fucking Mussolini fucking endorsed the what is it? Not the racist manifesto, the racial manifesto, whatever. Like he endorsed racialism. Nazism, which is a branch of fascism, was overwhelmingly racial. But this idea that fascists were just civ nats is just not true. True fascism has never been tried. I mean, yeah, I could see that. They didn't even believe in race. That's not true. So you're saying that Italians thought that Ethiopians were the same thing as them, that there was no genetic difference between them. Italians never even had a concept of black. Like, this is just silly fucking, I guess, whitewashing. Like what do you mean? Of course they believed in race. Italians actually saved tens of thousands of Jews from the... Oh my God. I don't... Okay. All right. The Italians were the good guys that were the protectors of the Jews, even though they fucking had anti-Semitic laws before World War II even started. Got it. You're just going to rewrite history because you saw a cool fucking YouTube video and you like the TikTok edits with the cool symbols behind it and the vaporwave music and the
for my children, for my wife, for my family, for my parents, for my great descendants long into the future. All I'm asking for is for my
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I've got like some debate planned in the future, and someone was DMing me about it. My bad.
my country not to be stolen from future generations through mass immigration. That's all I'm asking for. And you know what? That's actually a really, really low bar. It's a really reasonable thing. And what did you come out and do? You came out and declared everyone was a racist for thinking this, and also you've declared war on them. If you think then that people who are not ethnically from these islands, as in English, Scottish, Welsh, or Northern Irish, if I think those people are not just as British as the rest.
Well, no, see, this is a Mott and Bailey now. Just as British is not the claim you've been making. The claim you've been making is British is ethnic, 100% ethnic. The claim you've been making is that it is based purely on racial makeup, not even ethnic, right? Like on a racial basis, on a genetic basis. And you have separated where someone has grown up, what culture they've adopted, what religion, and he's switching in between these two arguments to make the correct argument while also make this stupid blood and soil argument.
Of us, then I'm the enemy. So every Somali that jumps off a boat, everyone who breaks into this country, and then you just hand out documents to his citizenship as much as you can. If I don't think those people are British, then yeah, I guess I am your enemy. I am the.
But again, yeah, like, no, you can say those people aren't British. But if someone like how many drops of Somalian blood from how many generations ago is the magical rule of what is or isn't British? It's like, that's not how it works. It's a Bayesian inference.
Enemy of national renewal, whatever that means. You know, I'll do a thing in more depth about the philosophy that Shabana Mahmood and the Labour Party more broadly is putting.
One drop ever, right? Exactly. Like, and the logic of that argument is that most British people are not British. Do I invest? I don't know what money you think I guys got, but I ain't got it like that. Not when I'm like made like $60 tonight. You know, like fucking, I don't make any ad revenue. I mean, I do. I make like $30, $40 a month, right? But like all of my videos are like I'm fighting like 4 copyright strikes right now, and then I'll eventually get them undone a month later for a live stream, and then I'll fucking get like maybe like 50 more views on that video, because that video will be in the not demonetized, it'll be limited ad revenue state, because those videos are almost always limited ad revenue.
Across here, because it is bonkers. It is absolutely bonkers to suggest that all people in all of the world can just say, I'm English, and we have to accept that it is so. What prevents them from just doing that in their own countries, Keir? Why can't they just say, you know what? We may be standing in Hyderabad or something, but I'm English. Good point, chaps. I'm English too. All of India could declare themselves to be English. And what are we, reconstructing the British Empire then? Are we going to be like, oh.
It's kind of funny, like when we say like the state would cease to exist if everyone simultaneously just said no. Like, what if everyone just simultaneously said I'm British? That would be funny.
Oh yeah, that's an English territory now. That's an Anglo country now. No, it obviously doesn't work that way. And just because someone was born in England does not make them English. And it's not like anything other than a statement of fact to say that, because fundamentally, this country is named after, doesn't work that way. And just because someone was born in England does not make them English. And it's not like anything other.
Yeah, okay, but again, I agree with this critique, which is that just because, you know, it's not magical soil, you're not fucking English just because you were born in England. Like, but if you're born in England and like your parents were born in England, but you're Somali ethnically, and you fucking grow up in England your whole life, and you have an English job, and let's say you've converted to the English religion, and you act British, and you fucking are the world's biggest Doctor Who fan until it got woke, you know what I mean? Like, you're British, you know what I mean? Like, you're British. If you're a tax attorney, Somali, 3rd generation immigrant married to a white British lady, and both of you are big Doctor Who fans, except you don't like the latter seasons because the BBC went woke, you're fucking British, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you're not as British as the white people, but you're fucking British for all intents and purposes.
Other than a statement of fact to say that, because fundamentally, This country is named after
I'm an Empire State of Mind. Yeah, the Muslims are unironically more British than most of the British people because they want to take over the world. They've, unlike the British whites that have forgotten the call to conquest.
It is not sufficient to be born in England to be English, any more than it means that if you are born in the stable.
The English religion? Yeah, I mean, the Anglican Church would make you pretty fucking British, right? Like, which is basically just Catholicism that split off so King Henry VIII could get a bunch of divorces, right? But like, there is a British church. There is an English religion.
You are a horse. To be English, you have to have at least some English parentage. One of your parents has to have been English. It is an ethnicity. It is past.
Okay, so now it is one of your parents have to be English. So now the new rule is 50% blood? Is that what we're going with?
Down. And this doesn't make anyone bad. It doesn't mean that death squads need to march down the streets.
I'm sorry, what? Just a quick question. What if you're 51, what if you're 75% British and 25% Somali, and then your mom, and your dad is 75% Somali and 25% British? Okay, are you British? Are you British then? Because technically you're 50% Somali and 50% British, but neither of your parents are full British. But maybe your mom is British by virtue of being 75% British. So what if your mom is 52% British and 48% Somali, and your dad is 100% Somali? Therefore, you are only 27% British and 74% Somali, but one of your parents is majority British. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, this like drop blood mathematics rule of like there being this hard cutoff to what is or isn't British makes no goddamn sense. It is a Bayesian inference. This is what happens when like you're, for whatever reason, ignoring the philosophy and trying to make an argument out of like vibes.
That the British Defence League is suddenly going to kick down doors and club people for being non-English. What it means is we accept the tacit implication of all of this is that actually the English have the primary claim to England. And if they have had enough, if they feel that they've given up enough of their country to foreigners who, remember, have no claim whatsoever to this country, they are here at our grace.
Nobody has a claim over a country. That's a contradiction. Sargon, you have no claim to England. I have no claim to England. My children that are more than 50% British, because I have some Anglo-Saxon in me, right, do not have a claim to England. You have a claim to property of which you rightfully gained via the first user principle. Your white skin does not give you fucking claim to England.
That no one from anywhere else in the world can say, I deserve to live in England. I have a right to live in England. No, only the English can say that.
You don't have a right to live anywhere, motherfucker, other than property that you've rightfully gained. That is yours. That is the only place you have a right to live. This collectivist statist nonsense is going to turn basic conservatives into, and already has to a large degree, but further down the path of right-wing socialism. You are no fucking different than the woke left. You are no fucking different than the critical race theorists teaching children in colleges that they need to have a revolution against whiteness. Okay? You're a piece of shit collectivist, contradictory, nonsense spouting propagandists for your racialist form of socialism. And you will keep running into contradiction, confusion, and nonsense until you realize that you don't have a claim to England because of your fucking skin color. You have a claim to your property that you gained through voluntary, non-violent means. That's what you have a claim to. The home you own is yours, and no one else has a claim to it. Because if you have a claim to England, by virtue of your majority English, ethnic, whatever, heritage, then my children who have never been to England, but are majority Anglo-Saxon in DNA, have a claim to your home. And if they have a claim to your home, why don't I come over for dinner and you'll feed me dinner because you owe it to my children, and we'll come sleep in your bed, one of your spare bedrooms, because my children have a claim to England. No, that would be fucking nonsense, wouldn't it? They don't have a claim to England. You don't have a claim to England. No one has a fucking claim to England. If you give a Brit a cookie.
The Irish don't have a right to live here, Keir. Right?
Give a Brit
no
a
one
biscuit.
other than the English has the moral claim to England. And if they're here, and many of them are, and many of them are here, and they're not a problem. And if they're here, they are because we allowed it. Well, actually, in reality, it's because it was enforced upon us, wasn't it, Keir? But the point being, you cannot just declare war.
I mean, it was forced upon you. It's almost like you're beginning to see the contradiction of government. It's almost like it doesn't matter that a majority of British people voted in politicians that then voted in policies that went against your interests. It's almost like your property and your community you have no control over, because you allow, to whatever degree that you allow, the state to have this collective right to abuse you, which is insane. It's contradictory. They always get so close, but for some reason never take the final step of being anti-government. We shouldn't be anti-government. You should be anti-state. I know I'm being like, I know this is me being like kind of like autistic libertarian here, but it's important to know that there's nothing wrong with government, right? A corporation is a government. A family is a form of government. A government is just a collective group that is decided upon rules and hierarchical structure. Left-wing anarchists are anti-government, but that in and of itself is contradictory to reality. Well, I know I'm being nitpicky, and I appreciate fair anti-state, but it's just like it is an important distinction that we have to be careful about, because it's already bad enough that we took on the moniker of anarchists, and we have to get rid of all of the fake anarchists, and those are the ones that took up the banner of anarchism, up until the 1960s, was nothing but fake anarchists, with relatively few exceptions of like American anarcho-individualists. But America is the birthplace of anarchism. Proudhon might be the father of anarchism, but true anarchism was made, discovered, and fought for time and time again in America. Not only did America create liberal democracy, not only did America actually take the values of Enlightenment liberalism and try and enshrine a concept of rights, it is the American view of anarcho-individualism that birthed true anarchism. And when anarchism eventually, hopefully, takes over the world, it will have been born in America. It was born in Liberty Magazine with Benjamin Tucker and Josiah Warren and Lysander Spooner fighting for the concept of trying to figure out why it is that we deserve private property rights, why it is that usury should be allowed, but we understand that it's morally a problem, why it is that the Irish had the right to fight against the British when they were abusing them, why it is that the state is a contradiction, and all of these things eventually birth. And we do not get anarcho-capitalism without Rothbard finding a small library in New York where we almost lost Liberty Magazine after Benjamin Tucker was forced out by fake anarchists back into Europe to run away because of the government crackdown on anarchy and people like Hess and German infiltrators, fake anarchists that brought leftism by a new name into the anarchist movement. It wasn't until Rothbard carried that torch and was able to understand Austrian economic theory and the logic behind that to birth what is anarcho-capitalism. And it is Hans Hermann Hoppe coming to America, not, like obviously some of his work has been in Turkey, but coming into America to continue that work and use the knowledge that he gained as the understudy of Habermas and the critiques and the fights against postmodernism to develop anarcho-capitalism and its logic further. And I think the birth of Ayn Rand on that couch with Rothbard and objectivist philosophy will eventually create the all-encompassing ideology that is correct, that is anarcho-objectivism. And all of that is birthed out of the ideals, the spirit, and the land of America. I will probably almost certainly be long dead before that dream reaches its final conclusion. But here in America, we are carrying on the torch of the inevitable end state of maximized liberty. And you have the American Protestant work ethic, whatever the fuck, culture, etc., to thank for it. Neil Ferguson, married to Ayaan Hirsi Ali, said it would be death to be so ethnic nationalist. Peoples change over time. I just hope Britain foamy become part of a new caliphate. Yeah, dude, fucking, that's wild. Ayaan Hirsi Ali fucking escaped after female genital mutilation. I was like, honestly, like her story was one of the few things that like turned me away from wokeness and leftism. Hopefully our children's children are learning about the founding of a new thought, Ayn Rand and Rothbard, etc. Yeah.
War on us for being against your UK.
I love the story where Habermas sent Foucault into a temper tantrum. Dude, the performative the invention of the performative contradiction by Habermas destroys all of postmodern philosophy. It was just that one thing that says, how can you say that you believe that there is no truth? This is a performative contradiction. That understanding of the performative contradiction destroyed all of postmodernism. There's a lot I disagree with Habermas on, but that was a fucking banger.
Against your UK. And if you want to set up Nigel Farage as the totemic opposite of your politics, that's fine. I've got my disagreements with Nigel, but on this, if it's you or him, I'm going to choose him.
We will teach Starmer a lesson next May that British political history will never forget. I am now, as a result of this week, and the abuse that has been heaped upon our supporters and our
Nigel Farage is like the bare minimum. He's such a fucking cuck.
Voters more determined than ever. Don't underestimate that.
And in fact, I think it becomes imperative that Nigel Farage crushes you. You are not allowed to approach the British people with this kind of attitude.
Dude, Nigel Farage is like one step back, right? It's like two steps forward, one step back. He's cucked. Like he's the bare minimum of like going in the right direction. Like he's not going to fix a goddamn thing.
Do you understand me, Keir? You are not allowed to openly declare for the foreigners against us and expect to have any grace from us, to expect to have any sympathy, expect to ever get elected again, right? Nigel Farage, God willing, is going to crush you. I'm going to do everything I can to support Nigel in crushing you because you declared the battle lines. You declared it. You said,
Q's and all is hilarious.
You know what? And Nigel Farage was so kind to you as well. He was like, well, I disagree with Keir Starmer, but he seems like a very nice guy. And you've just come out and called him the enemy. All of his supporters, the enemy. You do not get to speak to us this way. That is not how.
I don't like this. I kind of get what he's saying, but like, I don't like this idea where pundits pearl clutch about being called fascist or about being called the enemy, or like, pearl clutch about like, you put out a tweet with a map of the US and it had targets on certain places. And that's like, that means assassinate and shoot, right? Like, Sargon, like you've called so many people enemies, right? Again, this is the contradiction of the state. You support this system. where 68 million people of varying degrees, varying values and belief systems are forced to fight to see who wields the axe of authority to enforce your values onto the entire country. And so long as you support that system, you support giving power and credence to people that are and ought be your enemies, because they have different values that they want to impose upon you, and you have different values that you want to impose upon them. They are the enemy insofar as they want to impose those values onto you. And you are their enemy insofar as you wish to violate their rights as you do, and wish to impose your values, your taxes, your governmental regulations, your regulations against the evils of capitalism, etc., onto people whose values disagree with you. You are an enemy to mankind, Sargon, and they are an enemy to mankind. Both of you are enemies to the liberty and human flourishment of man. You stand in the way of progress. You stand in the way of liberty. You stand in the way of human rights. All because you believe that it is both inevitable and necessary that people's rights be violated, and so you'd rather wield that power against those that you deem your enemy. So please, for the love of God, if you are going to have that belief system, if you are going to believe might makes right, and I will use whatever power I can against you, stop fucking pearl clutching when the people that you want to use your power against call you their enemy. Of course you're their enemy. You've made yourself their enemy. You're lucky I like you, Scott, and don't use Brave so your viewership stays good. I mean, I use Brave. I don't mind if you use Brave. All I say is if you do use Brave and you're noticing the stream's a bit laggy, hit that refresh button. Sometimes when you hit an ad, they fucking overload your CPU usage to try and stop you from using an ad blocker. Just throwing that in there. Just jumped in and see you yelling at Sargon. This is a very long fuck England segment. I use premium. I use premium and I get ads. I don't like, I'm about to cancel my premium. I get ads all the time despite paying for premium. And then I'm like, why am I getting ads? And they're like, you must fucking not be paying for premium. Like, no matter what I do, I can't figure out what the fucking problem is. How do you get ads? My account says premium at the top. Premium comes out of my check, out of my banking account. I still get ads. I don't get ads on my computer because I use Brave browser, but I get them on my phone, on the YouTube app, and I get them on the TV app. Try turning off hardware acceleration. I'm going to write that down because I have had to do that before to like appropriately stream shit in Discord or something. And that might be an issue. Cancel my subscription and redo it. I use premium and I haven't seen a YouTube ad in years. Brave is best browser because Orange Kitty Cat. Orange Kitty Cat. I'm missing something. There's some deep lore I don't know about. Cancel your subscription. I guess I need to cancel my subscription and redo it. Because it happened when they came out with the new premium that costs even more money. And then they were like, hey, if you pay for the regular YouTube premium, you're still going to get ads in like the the orange lion. Okay, yeah. The logo, yeah. You're still going to get ads like when you're going through YouTube Shorts. I was like, yeah, I don't care. I'll just swipe up. I like whatever. I'm not paying an extra $10 or however much more it is a month. But yeah, I guess I need to cancel it and redo it.
This works. You do not get to side with the foreigners. You do not get to tell us that we are.
I let the Chinese stalk me and use Opera. Listen. You should not use Opera. Opera has a lot of problems. But the fact that Opera has a feature to where if you don't log on for a certain period of time, outside of the times you normally log on, they will change your browsing history so nobody finds your porn or weird shit you look up, is like a pretty cool feature. Like that's pretty cool. Like that's kind of cool. I'm just saying. Use Opera GX because I'm a true gamer. The shit just uses more resources. Yeah, Brave you can use a VPN with Brave. You can use one through Brave, or you can use. Why are we competing to see who has the more based browser? I don't care. Oh, actually, I watch your streams through Purple Tor, and that's why I'm always behind in chat because of the lagging. But the government's not tracking me. Like, shut up.
Bad people for wanting the country that we grew up in for our own children. You do not get to do this. And I realize that the penny hasn't dropped yet, that you haven't actually arrived at a point where you realize, oh,
Firefox, you mean the thing that only pretends to protect your data, but is also the service that is used by the government and the CIA? Yeah, Poval, real based, fucking glowy. Glowing. Let me get glows in chat, boys. Come on, glows in chat. I'm here. Somebody's fucking glowing.
Oh, I fucked it. But that day is rapidly arriving. Trust me, in May, you're going to get what you deserve. People are going to remember exactly how you've treated them. And everyone hates you anyway. You're the most hated prime minister that has ever been. And Nigel Farage amongst young people.
PHSYOP. I understand you probably just accidentally hit the H key for PSYOP. But I like to think that it's like a physics op. Like it's a random autistic person that's like, actually, you don't understand the double slit experiment. Like I don't know why. I just like that term for like to be something else.
People is the most popular candidate going.
Have I watched the debate guide for leftists yet? What is that? Is that the fucking, what is that? Please send me that. Are you talking about a leftist guide to debating capitalism? Yeah. I have it as like a thing that I may or may not watch. I don't know.
He is as popular as Jeremy Clarkson, okay? He is as popular as mainstream celebrities. And you are hated by everyone.
FizzOp is what happens every time Neil deGrasse Tyson talks politics. Rodney? Perfect.
He is as popular as mainstream celebrities. And you are hated by everyone other than the closed borders room that you are in, with an absolute echo chamber of people from...
Hold on. As much as I've been shitting on Sargon tonight, the closed borders room that you are in is a beautiful insult.
The previous paradigm, who have screwed up this country. And everyone is pointing out, going, look, it's what you support, what you are offering more of that has done the damage to us. And all you can do is come out and declare for the opposition, the foreign. And all you can say is, well, this was how it was meant to be. Don't you understand? You don't love the UK like we do. It's like, no, I don't. Look at the fucking state of it. I don't love this. I love what it used to be before you.
What's your take on anarcho-individualism? Well, I mean, anarcho-individualism, I mean, like we were just talking about this, is the precursor to anarcho-capitalism as far as I'm concerned, right? I think that it was, I think anarcho-individualism is in many ways just proto-anarcho-capitalism, right? Like there is, like every time I read something by Tucker or Spooner or Warren, right? Obviously there was Voltairine de Cleyre, but she eventually became like a leftist, like anarchist, right? But I mean, her early works would be considered anarcho-individualism. But like every time I read something by them, it's like it's a debate, even if it either with itself or with others. It's this like ever-changing grappling with attempting to undo contradiction and fight against statism. And so I have a lot of respect for anarcho-individualism, but it's not really a cogent ideology, right? Like there isn't a anarcho-individualist manifesto out there that like genuinely lays out every principled belief, right? It's like, it's them debating about whether or not usury is morally or justified, or private police, right? Private security, or, you know, what is the concept of private property, right? You had was it Spooner? No, it was Tucker, right? That was like arguing that man has a right to property even if he abandons the property for a time, and arguing against the concept of personal property and things like that, right? So it's like, it is just, these are thought leaders trying to grapple with anarchism and what it means. And so I have a lot of respect for it. And I think a lot of people should read it if they really get into being an ANCAP, right? It's as far as I'm concerned, I would consider anarcho-individualism proto-anarcho-capitalism. It's not until these things are solidified and Rothbard comes around and creates anarcho-capitalism and is able to blend Mises and Austrian economic theory and some of that philosophy and write a more logical, coherent, and, you know, create a more logical, coherent ideology. But again, this is a new ideology in and of itself, and so it's ever evolving, right? Like if you only read Rothbard, you're out of date and you think things that are contradictory. Like Rothbard was wrong on some shit, right? And then also his messaging was really bad on some shit. Like when he was talking about like a market for children, like, oh, the fucking optics of that. Like we get what he meant, right? You know what I mean? Abortion, right? Right? Like, because Walter Block had not created evictionism, and the logical justifications of the non-aggression principle, it was an axiom. Rothbard utilized it as an axiom. If this is true, then all of these other things are true, right? And his arguments for the non-aggression principle are really bad. But again, in 1986, when Hans Hermann Hoppe created argumentation ethics, so the first form, not the primer, not the later works of argumentation ethics, but his first, you know, creation of argumentation ethics, you know, Rothbard was still alive, and Rothbard, you know, stated, finally, we have a grounding for the non-aggression principle, one that is grounded in logic and reality. Insofar as you believe in Aristotelian logic, then anarcho-capitalism is true. And I think with work that like Liquid Zulu is doing, with objectivist philosophy and blending what was correct about objectivism, you know, we are still an evolving ideology. And I think that eventually we will have to abandon anarcho-capitalism as half of a philosophy that is only descriptive and not prescriptive, and is lacking in the ability to explain what man ought to and how the world ought be and what the world is. Scott, did you see that Steven Crowder started doing Change My Mind again? I mean, I haven't watched any of them, but like they've popped up on my YouTube. I saw people being like, why is he wearing a bulletproof vest? And like, it's like, because you people are shooting people at college campuses? Like, I don't what do you mean? Why? Like, it's really fucking obvious. Crowder's fun. That's it. It's like Crowder can be fun. He's annoying. He's a statist. He has problems, but he can be fun.
You and your Blairite friends got your hands on it. It used to be magical.
I looked at this video. I looked at this Trexmon. You sent me a video. You sent me an hour and 14-minute video. That's not happening.
Cool. And I realized that there were a bunch of Zoomers going, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I really mean this. Britain, all of it was genuinely magical. It was like a place out of a fairy tale, and we didn't even realize what we had. We didn't realize how good it was until they took it away from us.
He wasn't fun. I watched it, and it's clear he isn't ready to come back to live formats. Does he not have it anymore? I mean, that happens to some people. They like, some people just age out of the game. You know what I mean? Like you remember Ben Shapiro? As much as people made fun of him, remember Ben Shapiro on college campuses back in the day arguing about abortion? Bro, Charlie Kirk ain't got shit on Ben Shapiro's fast-paced ranting, just destroying the libs with facts and logic, right? He ain't got it anymore. He's a whiny baby bitch. He doesn't have the love and support because he's like all pro-Israel and shit. And like, so he doesn't have the right ideas to be popular anymore. But also he just doesn't have that energy anymore. You know, he doesn't got it.
And now my children will never see the country I saw when I was growing up. And it breaks my heart. And if all you can do, Kit, is say, you know what? I'm going to make sure there are millions of Pakistanis here. I'm going to make sure there are millions of Africans here. I'm going to make sure there are millions of Asians here. I'm going to make sure there are millions of foreigners here. And you're going to treat every single one.
Whoa. That's not millions of Pakistanis and millions of Asians and millions of Africans and millions of Somalians, okay? It's millions and millions of new British, you bigot.
One of them, as if they were from 9000 BC, hanging out with Cheddar Man back in the day. I'm not having it, Kia. There are millions of people in this country who shouldn't be here. And you could easily siphon these off and go, well, look, Boris let in a bunch of people who are just a drain on the state. Don't know why he did it. And those people should probably go home. We don't need indefinite leave to remain for them because they're not here legitimately. They're here against the will of the British people through the betrayal of a conservative prime minister. You could easily win all of this back, but you won't. Because you are deeply ideological. You're a blockhead, frankly. And you've got no dexterity. And you're not able to pivot.
You're a
That's
fucking
fine.
deeply ideological blockhead. The fuck are you talking about?
Good. You're going to get crushed. I want you to get crushed. I want the two old parties, the two traitorous parties, Labour and the Tories, to be absolutely annihilated. And if Nigel Farage is the man to do that, then Godspeed, Nigel Farage. I hope you manage it. Fundamentally, Keir, if it's war you want, it is war you will get. We have nowhere else to go. All of your foreign charges.
This just, like, it aggravates me to such a degree that there is this, like, conservatives will say there's no such thing as free school lunch, right? And they will say that and recognize the logic that when you say free school lunch, what you mean is a tax program run by the government, and what most of them don't realize, but some of them do, that makes like the big four, you know, these corporations gain tons of wealth and power over people because they get all these government contracts, etc. Right? But they then they'll understand that as a contradiction, free school lunch. And it's so crazy to me that they can grasp that, but they are so married to statism that they believe that so long as we vote and like we have a limited government, whatever the fuck that means, that like that isn't war, that isn't violence, that isn't imposing your will and values upon other people, because like the tax rate's only 25% of all of the money you make is stolen for programs. It's like, dude, you've already been in a war with them your whole life. Europe is for white people. What's so bad about reducing immigration by 98%? Have you not been here for the whole stream? I will assume you have not been. My response will be to read the rest of the stream. Watch the rest of the stream.
All have countries of their own. When the heat gets too high and they realize, okay, actually the British public are never going to vote for us again. In fact, they're going to take away our benefits. In fact, they're going to render us marginal as we ought to be. They'll leave. And you'll be left without all of your friends and neighbors. And we will finally have a country that works for us.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't need to deport people. You just don't. Just get rid of all of their welfare, get rid of all of their preferential treatment, get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, get rid of government grants for leftist NGOs and activist organizations that funnel money to corporations and try and, you know, get their ESG scores up, and get rid of that shit. Get rid of the gravy train. No more hotels, no more socialized healthcare, no more fucking Obama phones, no more fucking, you know, work placement programs. Get rid of all of that shit. All of it. Better yet, though this one's harder, get rid of civil rights legislation and acts that make it illegal to discriminate against these people, right? If you can get that in, right? I'm fine with making it to where the government can't discriminate against people for, all these protected characteristics or whatever. Public property is a problem, but we're not getting rid of public property until we get rid of the state, right? We might be able to reduce it to some degree, but that is what it is. But just let people say, yeah, this is a whites only town. Yeah, this is a white only restaurant. Or this is a black owned business for black people in a black community. We don't want whites in here. This soul food ain't for you. You ain't invited to the restaurant called The Cookout. Whatever, right? Let all that happen again. And I guarantee you, the overwhelming majority of immigrants will leave. They will leave of their own accord. They will leave. Like a third of the immigrants that came over on Ellis Island went back to their fucking home country of origin. These were white people, okay? And this was when a trip back home was really it was like a month or two's wages, okay? They came over here. They saw a bunch of window shops that said Nina, no Irish need apply. And they fucking couldn't hack it because we didn't give them a bunch of free shit. So they went back home once things calmed down in their home country. And some of them stayed. And they became cops in Boston. Right? And then another third of them went out west. And they just like died to like Native Americans and shit. Because we were like, we'll give you land if you settle it. Poor people with nowhere to go. And they fucking went out. And then they fucking died, and then some of them went out to the Midwest and they did all right. Right? Like you don't need to fucking restrict immigration against Somalis or fucking Haitians or fucking like any of these other people. Just get rid of the gravy train. I don't care if Europe is less white. Like I don't care. See, I've hit that same wall, the public lunch versus voting, but when they V-line straight to it's good when we do it. Can you explain that more, what you mean? I know you meant beeline, but what do you mean more? Like can you extrapolate on that? Baby, and I found my wife Meta as Latino, Cuban or Venezuelan woman that hates socialism. They do hate with passion. A passionate woman hating socialism is a beautiful sight. There will always be outliers. But I will say this, even the Cubans and the Venezuelans and the etc. that fled socialism, they hate the name socialism. But overwhelmingly, women love socialism, even if they hate it in name. It is just the female sentiment. It is the sentiment of we have to give to the less fortunate. It is socialism is the female domain of politics. It's just female tendencies towards national politics. So even the ones that really hate socialism, you got to be careful because they'll vote for socialism as long as you name it something else and make it pro and just throw out a bone and be like, we love capitalism. Anti-welfare sentiment is rising.
On the road. Jay, you brought this subject up, which I thought.
Okay, you gave me a timestamp. I'm going to watch it. We'll figure it out. Please don't let it be something crazy that is like a problem on YouTube that Legion of Skanks gets away with because they're a huge account.
Was fucking great.
Dude, did you find a good compilations of these guys?
Yeah, they have them listed here. So Trump.
Great. So Africa should be less black. I don't care if Africa's less black. I don't care if Europe is less white. I don't care about skin color in any real regard.
He changed.
It's like skin color. I care about race insofar as race is a identifier for a demographic that houses a bunch of problems, be it lower IQ, be it a problem of culture, etc. right? IQ matters and it's strong and it is correlated with race. Culture matters and it's correlated with race. Race is not the issue. There are intelligent black people that adopt culture from other countries, and I don't give a fuck about them. People just need to stop moving to other countries. Did that sound smart when you typed it out? That sound like a poignant thought? I mean, really, brother. Like, did you type that out and you were like, this'll get him? Like, I get you're probably just thinking by typing, and that's okay. But, like, come on. Just sit and think about it for a minute, and then come with an actual argument.
Food stamps, so you can't buy junk food anymore. Was he been talking? Great. He changed food stamps, so you can't buy junk food anymore. Was he been talking about doing that for a while? And I think
Everybody
talked about it.
Only I
could get it done.
I think it's totally smart because I've watched when I've fallen into the rabbit hole of why I brought this to the show was
This is like such a contradictory bullshit thing. Not being able to buy junk food with welfare is like you created a problem and then you tried to create a solution to make your problem less of a problem. How does one define what is or isn't junk food? Like some of it is kind of like obviously junk food. Doritos are obviously junk food. Soda's obviously junk food. But the issue is welfare. The issue isn't buying junk food with welfare. Right? Like I it's just people should have the liberty to buy whatever food they want. I kind of get the concept of, you know, if the state is going to give you food, you ought buy healthier food, but you should just get rid of the state welfare. You shouldn't try and restrict it because it's just going to be gamed by corporations, right? Because it's going to be difficult to define what is or isn't junk food. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be some type of process to get approved to prove that your food isn't junk food. And then it's going to be a barrier to entry for like small, what's the best way to not buy junk food is to buy shit at a farmer's market. But you're not going to be able to use food stamps to buy shit at a farmer's market. That's going to be an access to government funds that local farmers that are making healthy food aren't going to have access to, but large corporations that make what is essentially fucking junk food, but like meets whatever arbitrary restrictions they lobbied Congress for their definitions to not be junk food, will then be the non-junk food. It's like this is just going to cause unintended consequences where more of that money goes to large corporations and less of that money goes into the hands of actual people producing healthy food. We're 10 seconds into this, folks. Yeah, that's what we do here, dog. Yep, Nestle and Kraft love Snap. Yeah, of course. And they'll find a way to make even more money off that shit. Yo, we hit our goal. I appreciate you guys so much. Conservatives go, it's necessary to vote for public options / moral. Dude, Drell, you could have just added my name and explained more. I can't seem to show their collectivism and why people are attacking ICE in areas. They shrug and say it's been voted on. Conservatives go, it's necessary to vote for public options, moral impositions. I can't seem to show their collectivism and why people are attacking ICE in areas. They shrug and say it's been voted on. Yeah, I mean they're becoming right-wing socialists. Like I don't know that I have a better answer than you might have, Drell, but I just call them socialists. And then when they get mad, I explain how they're socialists. Like collectivists doesn't hit conservatives like it does us, right? They're not hardcore believers of individualist philosophy, right? Like I just call them socialists and then explain how they're socialists. I was like, no, you're not a conservative. What are you talking about? You're a socialist. You want higher taxes, tariffs. You want fucking, moral busybody laws, right? And then when they say like, oh, well, just because I want, high trust society, and all these things that are good, it's like, yeah, that's no different than the trans people. That's no different than the queers. That's no different than the fucking LGBTQ people. It's like you want to impose what you believe are social high trust, high trust society, right? Like you want pro-social policies that keep families together. Yeah, it's exactly what the trans people are saying. They want fucking pro-social behavior, diversity, equity, inclusion. You're the same thing as them.
One, before it's even they curbed these things, when they didn't have the rules like this, the days are different of like.
Dude, Big J. Okerson is so clearly high here, and it's kind of funny.
When they didn't have the rules like this, the days are different of like insults being like, damn, you're on EBT. When I was a kid, like when you were poor, that was one of the insults against us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was a sense of shame.
Sense of shame.
When you, for being on welfare.
I was mortified. My mom was on, my mom was on food stamps.
Cheese. Yeah, you're like.
That sense of shame really only ever existed in the white community, let's be honest. Right? Like it has gone away in the white community as whites have gotten more socialist, right? But like blacks have always felt like they were owed welfare. Like it was getting your EBT card and getting your money was just getting your just desserts for like what the white man had done to you. It's only a new phenomena that the social stigma and shame has gone away in the white community.
My mom was on food stamps and it was mortifying. Going to the supermarket with her, when she would go to pay, I would fucking leave and not be anywhere near
She had to
her.
pay with food stamps. Did she get WIC checks?
I didn't.
This
Here's
before
what we
WIC.
did. So when my daughter was born, I was broke enough. They gave us so we could buy cheese, formula for her, milk, and diaper. I think so.
a lot
WIC.
of dairy.
WIC.
Jay ate all the cheese.
Oh,
A little
buddy.
protein, huh?
First of all, they let you get Cabot cheese.
Have any of you done research on diapers? I know this is an aside, but like diapers are a real problem. I started looking into diapers recently and like since diapers have come into play, like there's been a massive increase in the time it takes to potty train children, and like no diaper has degraded yet. So there's just every diaper that's ever been used in human history is like in a landfill somewhere. It's like really it's a huge part of the problem from microplastics. And like all the microplastics in your nuts, like 10-15% of that is just the fact that we use diapers. And like they're not good for kids. Why am I looking into diapers? Dog, I'm a father, okay? Don't get weird with this shit. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to let kids shit on the carpet, but like kids that don't use, like, they have cloth diapers, right? Like you can just like put them together and then pin them, and then they have a cloth diaper, and then when they pee or poop, you just take that cloth diaper, and then instead of wrapping it up and throwing it away real quick, you have to like scoop it into the trash and like throw it in something like a bag, and then throw that bag after like a couple diaper uses into the washing machine and wash it. Diapers are convenient. That's why they were sold, especially to women. But like they're like a serious environmental problem, and like they're also probably causing developmental issues in children. It's hard to know, like, because the research isn't that strong on like diaper usage and non-diaper usage, and even then it's highly correlational. I mean, it is just correlational, and like there's so many other factors, like who's not using diapers, stay-at-home moms that are crunchy moms that are super concerned about making sure their kids are healthy and spend a lot of active time with them. So it's like, is it the diaper or is it just the type of parent that doesn't use diapers? So it's like impossible to know to what degree diapers might be a developmental problem, but it is a problem. I'm just throwing that out there because you brought him up. You know, the government funding, him buying diapers.
Jay ate all the cheese.
Oh,
A little
buddy.
protein, huh?
First of all, they let you get Cabot cheese, and I would make baked mac and cheeses that would last all week long.
Cabot, that's a good stuff.
If you're baking mac and cheese and eating that shit 5-6 days later, like We have other problems.
Cabot is the good stuff. Vermont
I
Sharp.
just started buying
I
that.
think it's crazy that they let us get that with the. I thought that was crazy. But
you think there's some computer flow? Shh,
don't say
yes.
Government cheese is not good. I've had it. It sucks.
But there's video that was crazy. But
you think there's some computer flow?
Shh, don't say
yes.
That's
But there's videos of people on YouTube. I mean, the fattest fucking people coming home, like fat 15-year-olds coming home and showing their bounty of like
they got.
EBT shit. And
Just celebrating. I've seen so many videos of it. I mean, early, like in the beginning of stream, I talked about it a little bit, right? One of those people, but they weren't like celebrating. It was really more about the psyop and the health of the food and double masking and stuff I was talking about earlier. But yeah, I see so many videos now where it's like they do dancing TikToks with like 3 or 4 carts full of the worst slop, poisonous food of just junk food that they're buying. But again, you're not going to fix this fucking problem by being like, you can't buy junk food. You're just going to make the problem worse. Mark my words.
it's none of it's like we got ramen noodles, we got 50 bags of Doritos. It's crazy. It's
all good stuff, though.
Listen, it's all delicious stuff. Not going to argue with you there, Foley. But I will say that they, you're not going to get any arguments out of me, bub. But they, I forget what we're talking.
Fun little thing about subsidization of dairy farmers. So one of the many reasons that we instituted subsidization of dairy farmers was the fight against communism. And Reagan subsidized dairy to a larger extent than it was subsidized because we were fighting communism and we wanted dairy to be cheaper so that we could have strong bones for our children, so they would get more dairy and more calcium in their diet, and that they would have strong bones to fight the communists. I'm not fucking kidding. That was part of the rationale behind it. And then what ended up happening was because they subsidized dairy, there was a Puerto Rican couple in New Jersey that created a company called Häagen-Dazs. Häagen-Dazs ice cream. 2 Puerto Ricans from New Jersey created Häagen-Dazs and took advantage of the dairy subsidies so that they could make fucking ice cream really cheap. And they started selling ice cream and got into the market because of the government subsidies of dairy, where there was like cheaper than buying candy. You could buy pints of Häagen-Dazs ice cream that people just thought was like, some high quality German, fucking company or whatever, but it's 2 Puerto Ricans in New Jersey. And so the government responded by going, well, this is a problem. We wanted to subsidize dairy so that we could fight communism with healthy boys and strong bones. So what we'll do is we'll go backwards and we'll impose a tax after the subsidies, okay? And the tax will be based on the fat content of the dairy product. And so, to this day, there is a tax difference based off of the fat content in dairy. And that's why people started drinking 2% and fat-free milk and started selling it as a health option, even though studies show that people that drink whole milk, and especially people that drink like organic or A2 milk, we drink A2 milk. Like I like the A2 protein, get a little bit more protein. It tastes better. It's better for you. Try out some A2 milk next time. But people started advertising fat content and etc., especially the fucking sugar industry. So the sugar industry is working along with this tax system and the government to sell you the idea that low fat and fat free stuff is better for you, right? And you get more sugar. And what ended up happening was that what ended up happening is like to this day, it's more expensive to buy whole milk than it is to buy 2% milk or fat free milk because of taxes imposed to try and stop the New Jersey couple and later Ben and Jerry's, but the New Jersey couple of Puerto Ricans that were taking advantage of subsidies to sell kids a bunch of fucking ice cream. So now the healthier milk is more expensive because there's a tax on the healthier milk that is imposed at a higher rate because of the fat content of the milk. Casimir, are you in here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. What's his name? Diego Davum posted both of these videos as things to react to on stream because I banned links in the YouTube chat. He's just because he's like, oh, it's in there because we're just doing like a react bullshit night. Like we're not doing anything. Yeah. He both of those links were like, hey, you should check this out. And then he was like, I posted it in Discord for you. Yeah.
About
it's right.
So no, it's fine.
Trump with food. So
no.
Here's we have
these
videos.
So they changed the rules. So now no more junk food.
But thank you.
No more soda.
I don't know. To me, the idea.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard me, but thank you.
Soda. The idea of.
I appreciate always having a warrior in my corner. Fucking Casimir is the fucking world's greatest attack dog.
Have soda, I say.
Yeah. What about for breakfast?
That's American.
What are they going to drink?
What are we gonna have with eggs? Juice?
Yeah. I do drink soda for
What am I, a
breakfast.
child?
Do?
Oh, I go to a diner. I'll get a Diet Coke.
I do a large
DC
Diet
and an
Coke,
omelet?
water, and a black.
Guys, stop drinking Diet Coke. Listen, I understand there's a good, better, best scenario. Okay? I understand good, better, best is like a thing in nutrition. But like, dude, you gotta stop with the diet soda. You're not helping yourself with diet soda. Okay? Yeah, there's some crunchy moms that are like, fucking monkeys in California got cancer from aspartame. And like, is aspartame good for you? Probably not. Is it that bad for you? Probably not. It's probably not that bad. I wouldn't drink it. I don't think it's healthy, right? Sucralose, another thing that like makes shit sweet but doesn't have like a high sugar content. But here's the thing. Let's assume sucralose, maltodextrin, aspartame. Let's assume all of these things are a non-issue. Let's just set that aside for a second and assume that's a non-issue. Here's the deal. When you drink a bunch of diet soda, you don't get as hydrated and you get sweetness in your mouth, okay? And it doesn't satisfy you and it makes you want to drink more. It makes you crave sweet things regularly. So you're more likely to eat more sugary things. You're more likely to eat more carbs. You're more likely to eat more calories. You're more it doesn't fucking help you out with that. Okay. Like that is just the effect that sweeteners in drinks have, especially when those drinks aren't hydrating you well, like diet sodas are. Okay. And so when you're drinking a bunch of diet soda, even if those sodas don't have a lot of calories, studies show you tend to crave sweet things, you tend to crave more carbs, and you end up eating more calories and more carbohydrates and more junk food and other things that are not healthy for you because you're drinking those diet sweet drinks all the time. Okay, so even if we assume that all the shit in a diet soda and a Coke Zero, we just assume all those fucking chemicals aren't a problem for you, which is not a safe assumption. But let's assume that we do, it's still not a good habit. You're not appreciating the flavor of real food. Artificial sweeteners are more sweet than sugar usually. Not true at all. What is not true at all? What's not true? But yes, a lot of artificial sweeteners spike your blood pressure. I'm saying let's assume all the artificial sweeteners are fine, right? That they don't have any negative long-term effects. Let's assume all the shit in soda is fine. Like I'm saying, let's assume that. I'm not saying that is true. I'm saying even if all of those things are fine, because I don't want to get into a fucking debate on like the benefits of fucking maltodextrin. Right? Like, I don't fucking know. I'm not a dietitian. I'm not a doctor. Okay. I've read some shit that concerns me about a lot of them. I've also read some shit that says that they're fine. And like, I'm not that knowledgeable to know to any degree, who's definitely right on this. I have a tendency, especially with someone with an autoimmune disorder, that says if it's highly processed, it's probably not good for you. And you know what? That belief has been right more often than not. Okay. But even if we assume all of that to be true, it's still not good for you. It's not good to drink a bunch of sweet shit that you end up eating more calories in the long run. You end up not being as healthy. You end up craving shit that's not good for you. And you end up drinking less water and being dehydrated more. Diet soda was invented by a fat woman who believed big was beautiful. The sugar used in those drinks is often of a type that messes up your digestion. These substitutes are okay in small quantities on occasional lemon drop, but not good when you eat a bunch. And that's the thing too. Yeah. Like, you know, the devil's in the details or in the dosage, if you will. A lot of people that drink diet soda drink a lot of diet soda.
Coffee.
If you that you get a Diet Coke at a diner for breakfast,
And I'm gonna be real with you. This is one of my conspiracy theory takes. I don't believe that shit that's sweet, sugar alcohols, right? I don't believe that shit doesn't eventually just become sugar in your body. Maybe I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist on that. But when everything's said and done and it breaks down, I just don't believe the calorie content. I don't trust the FDA and corporations to be honest about sugar substitutes and sugar alcohols like xylitol and shit. I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that it's essentially nothing and that your body doesn't break it down in any way. It doesn't break down in your body and you put it. Yeah, that's what they say. I don't know. I know I'm probably wrong on this one. But like that's my conspiracy theory that I'm like, I don't know, I don't buy that shit. Just hangs out, which I think is worse, especially when you're talking about your gut biome, as Casimir was talking about, right? Like, what is it doing to your healthy gut bacteria?
If I'm not doing chocolate milk.
My man.
How early is it? Are we
real talk though? Chocolate milk actually not that bad for you. Chocolate milk, great post-workout drink. Good balance of fucking carbs and fat and a little bit of protein. Chocolate milk, way better than Gatorade or processed food as a recovery drink from lifting or something.
doing chocolate milk?
My man.
How early is it? Are we brunching?
10 a.m. 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Could be
Orange.
a chocolate.
I'm not saying you should drink Nesquik or something, but like, you know, if you're making chocolate milk yourself or if you're buying it from like, you know, a health thing with less ingredients, yeah.
Chocolate milk and water.
A chocolate milk.
Has cow steroids in it. I mean, depending on where you're getting the milk from.
Are we brunching?
10 a.m. 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Could be
Orange
a chocolate
juice.
milk and water.
A chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk as an adult is
chocolate
crazy.
milk? That's how you say.
Let me smoke weed and drink gallons of diet soda and cook meth on the streets. Yeah, that's retarded. You're retarded like libertarianism says I don't get to use guns to stop you, but if you have a meth lab, I'm a fucking fuck you up because you're going to blow up people and shit. But like all those other things, like I don't like you. I don't want you a part of my society. Libertarianism is not permissive of anything. Liberty is not an end in and of itself. No, it's not. That's libertine philosophy. That's fucking like, get your fucking Chase Oliver voting gay ass out of here. Our fucking society doesn't want all this bad shit. Hold on, I know you're joking.
Sounded right there like an idiot.
No, that's an insane thing to order when you're over 7.
Protein.
What?
Dude. Is it?
Yeah, a little bit. A lot of chocolate, even baking chocolate, can have problems in it. Like, for sure.
That's an insane thing to order when you're over 7.
Protein.
Protein powder isn't always bad for you. Okay, a lot of protein powder is bad for you, but you can get grass-fed, grass-finished whey protein, right? Like if you go to an actual shop or go online, you can get grass-finished, grass-fed protein powder that has, you know, that doesn't have a bunch of fucked up shit in it. Okay? Yeah, everything you get that isn't a fucking steak, a fruit, a vegetable is gonna have like some small amount. Transparent Labs, yeah, that's a good one, Mark. Thank you. Is gonna have some type of shit in it to like, you know, anti-caking or like anti fucking, you know, coagulant or like it's gonna have something in it. If it's gonna be shipped across the country in some processed form, you're probably gonna get something bad in it. But there's again, good, better, best. You can get good protein powder.
What? Is it?
Are you out of your fucking mind?
And I've had chocolate milk. Hold on. I've had chocolate milk as an adult, but I do it in the shadows where nobody can see me, and I would never.
I mean, it's good, better, best, right? Like, what am I drinking right now? This isn't good. It's cold brew coffee that I made in a French press myself, and Chobani sweet cream milk that has like 4 ingredients. Is this good for me? No, this is not good for me. But is it bad for me? I mean, there are a lot of other things I could be drinking that are way fucking worse. Doesn't trigger my autoimmune disorder. There's not a lot of fucked up stuff in here. Pretty good. I'm gonna Google this. I'm laughing. All right, fair enough. Please refrain from putting shit in foreign languages in chat. I don't know what you're saying unless I translate it, and it could be a problem. I don't need people coming in here and like putting in a bunch of racial slurs or things like that that could get me in trouble and get my account in trouble, right? I looked at it, you basically just put LOL in chat. That's fine. But like, let's not do that.
That's gotta
I
be
just
at
admitted
home.
out. We're gonna edit it out of the podcast.
Listen, when I see Watashi wa, my fucking jungle fever just thinks that Megan Thee Stallion video. Like, I'm being real with you, man. I'm just like, my brain is just immediately like, all right, little bits. I'm going to time you out because I literally just said not to do that. Like, stop. Vivian, did you try A2 milk? If you did, how did you feel afterwards? Yeah, I said literally like just a couple minutes ago that I drink A2 milk. I drink A2 milk from Costco. Costco buys them in like 3 half gallons, and then like when we run out, our grocery store, like because I'm in the city, I have like a weird grocery store where it's like it has all the junk food in it, but it also has a lot of healthy food because it's a small grocery store in the city. But I can get like a lot of healthy stuff there. Yeah. But A2 milk does me right. I don't have any problems with A2 milk. Regular milk, if I drink too much of it, I can start to feel sick. A2 milk, the proteins don't fuck with me. I wish I could get like non-pasteurized milk, but I live in the fucking city. It's not like I'm not driving to go get milk that's not pasteurized and then transporting it in my car so I can get sick. You know what I mean? Like there's just not a feasible way for me to get, milk that has all those extra stuff in it.
Where nobody can see me, and I would never admit it.
That's gotta
I
be
just
at
admitted
home.
out. We're gonna edit it out of the podcast.
That's got to be at home.
Straw or
In the
no
shadows. Straw. In the shadows.
A red and white swirly straw.
In the shadows.
Straw? You go straw? Straw, dude.
In the shadows.
Because the chocolate's at the bottom, dude.
You're right. In the shadows presents that you have these
Does this get back to welfare, or are they just going to talk about chocolate milk?
things at home. I don't have these things at home. This would be at a diner at 10 a.m. somewhere.
There's no Hershey syrup in your refrigerator?
Not a one. Nope.
He's never home.
Jason.
He's working too
I'm working too hard. I got to get all my chocolate milk on
can't
the
have
road.
milk. It gets bad. I can't sit.
You just get milk for dogs that is usually unpasteurized. I'm not buying fucking dog and cat milk and then in the city. Like it'd be different. They've been talking for less than 5 minutes. And that's not what I fucking asked. I'm reacting to the shit you put in here, the way that I react to shit. Yeah, no, I'm not buying pet milk in the city. Like if I lived in the country and there was like a farmer's market nearby me or something, and I could like own shares of cattle in a co-op or something so I could legally buy the milk, then like, yeah, I would probably do it. But one thing that yeah, I was just about to say, Casimir, dude, literally was just about to say this. One thing Casimir turned me on to is kefir. You can get kefir. And kefir by itself, kind of sour, kind of thick, kind of fucking sucks balls. All right? Would not recommend by itself. But if you get like strawberry kefir and like you make it with like, and you mix just like a little bit of water with it and like some protein powder, great fucking way to like have like a protein shake and like really good for your gut biome, right? Like, so if you want like a post-workout shake, like kefir, like flavored maybe, and like some protein and like whatever, like good protein powder is like it's an amazing recovery shake.
Around and enjoy chocolate milk. I'm on the road.
I mean, I do like chocolate milk. I just haven't ever ordered chocolate milk out at a diner.
It's great at a diner.
Everybody likes chocolate milk. Nobody doesn't like.
Yeah, no, it is kind of funny that the two fat people are like, you don't order chocolate milk at the diner? Scott is weak or had a bad batch. You drink plain whole milk kefir by Lifeway or any other ex-Russian brand. Lifeway was the one I was getting. They taste better than the Greek/US brand. Lifeway was the one that I found. It was at Costco for a while, and then it wasn't at Costco, so I stopped drinking it. But yeah, it was fine. It's just like I don't know. I just prefer milk. It just doesn't taste good to me. Like, it doesn't mean I'm weak just because I didn't like the taste of it. That being said, I really enjoyed it in a fucking blender bottle with like a like a scoop of protein.
Here's
Chocolate
wrong.
milk. You just
We're
don't
all on
drink
board.
it.
Casimir, that's fucking weird. That's fucking. It might be good, okay? It might be good. But even if it is good, that's fucking weird.
Guys, your argument.
I also like shit in my pants. I stopped doing that.
Everyone.
Blender bottle, you must enjoy microplastics. I mean, I already have a kid with autism. I'm fucked. Like, let me enjoy my what little treats I can have.
Acknowledges they enjoy chocolate milk. I'm telling you, the only place that makes sense as an adult to enjoy chocolate milk is a one order of it at a diner. That is the place.
Oh my God, dude. Fish sauce. Dude, just a drop of fish sauce will make me like not even want to be in the room with whatever's being cooked. I just fucking like I have a really strong sense of taste and smell, right? Like I have an incredibly strong nose. And like I remember one time Mark cooked something with fish sauce and didn't tell me about it. And I took like one bite and I was like, oh. And he was like, all right, I guess you don't like fish sauce. All right. Like I've stomached it quite a few times trying to like it. I just do not fucking like it.
I've got a little syrup in the house for the kids. Once in a while, late at night.
Yeah. Squirt.
I've had the last
Makes
time
room.
I've had chocolate milk has been where one of my kids has a glass of chocolate milk and like leaves a little bit of chocolate milk there, and then just like as I'm grabbing the glass, I'm like,
John Reap's like, give me that. It has spit in it.
Oh God.
Bro, that is the most parent thing ever when you like don't get a chance to eat and you're just like, well, this needs to go in the dishwasher. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh man, that's good. That's good kid spit. Oh, I'm blasting off and finishing hard.
Dave, this might be that I've never been a father.
fucking Casimir, you're not wrong, but that's fucking liquid smoke is not healthy, but I get it. Perhaps you could mix it with super peated Islay scotch.
I couldn't do that.
What?
Because of the like a little bit of milk left after somebody drank it.
They backwash for sure.
Kids literally go like this and then they spit.
Only your own kids. I would never, if my kids had a party, I wouldn't be like, oh, there's a little bit left.
when it's
Larry left chocolate milk floaters.
Yeah. Nah, when it's your, at least from my experience, when it's your own kids, especially because you go through having them as a baby, you just get like boogers, germs, everything. When it's your own kid, you're like, I don't give a fuck.
You're gonna eat their boogers?
I don't eat their boogers.
You know what? Jake Shields is right about the Jewish people.
At least this one.
I've had, and Lewis.
But yeah, Chris, try it with McClellan's Highland. I had to look up if it was the Highland or the Lowland. I couldn't remember which one was peatier. McClellan's Highland is a good peaty Scotch that like isn't super expensive but has a good flavor.
Sorry, Jake Shields, you nailed it with this guy.
You can skip to when they have a video on screen.
Not allowed to eat.
It's so great.
Piss the fuck off. They cut my motherfucking food stamps to $85 fucking dollars from $738. How the
$730 a month you're getting in food stamps? Go fuck yourself, lady. Jesus Christ. Lagavulin's good. It's just expensive, and like fucking Lagavulin's 16 year. Like Jesus Christ, dude.
fuck? That's supposed to support a household of $5 fucking dollars from
Bro, $700 is probably around about what Mark and I eat, but we eat healthy, and like I buy shit that's really fucking expensive. Like every now and then I want a little treat, and it's like 4 fucking fig bars, and it's got 2 ingredients: figs and almonds or figs and walnuts. That's it. 2 ingredients. And like, yeah, with a lot of beef tallow, a lot of like grass-fed, grass-finished butter and beef. Like it's like $500 to $700 a month for 2 people to eat actually healthy. You eat actually healthy, you're spending hundreds of dollars.
$738. How the fuck? That's supposed to support a household of 3.
Pause it. Is there a translation?
Yeah.
What the fuck is she saying?
Yo, there is.
I heard
right
everything
there.
she said. What's the math on that? What did they cut from?
There's literally a translation.
But that's not what she said.
That's not what she said.
Something
It's
different.
She said they cut me from something.
They cut
She
it.
goes
$700 a month to $80.
Oh,
And she
85.
goes, how's that supposed to feed a family of
That makes
what?
sense.
Of how many?
Oh, yeah.
He
Well,
goes,
I hope-
it's not. You're supposed to feed them yourself.
You fucking right? Like, no, the government, like the entire government, the overwhelming majority of the tax budget is stealing money from men and giving it to single moms and the elderly. The elderly who own all the fucking homes. That is what the government does. That is like what 70% of the budget is. Oh, and corporations. Like 75% of the budget is, or 74 to be exact, is interest on the debt because we're in debt from doing this, and then just taking money out of your pocket if you're a young man especially, or a young men, middle-class men, and wealthy men, and then just funneling it to single moms and elderly people that are all boomers that are fucking living in a house with a reverse mortgage or some shit.
I've watched a million of these, and I really hope they have ones where someone's sitting in there and I go, my chain costs 60 grand. Yeah, I'm in a Mercedes, but what the fuck does that got to do with my soda?
Dude, it's amazing though how much they always like work backward.
They?
From this
Wow,
guy.
Dave. Okay.
Dave, pump the brakes on that.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
We joke around.
It's a family show.
We joke around. We're not actually racist.
Guys.
That was crazy.
I'm talking
No, we're gonna be kind of.
I mean, they're doing that to the one Jewish guy. I just think that's funny.
This guy speaks for himself, the other speaks for the
I'm
whole
talking
Now
about
I know what you meant by chocolate milk.
Now I know why those Chinese people left.
I was talking about
I would
women.
not stand for this.
You racist
dumb chicks?
motherfucker.
No, I was
You're
saying
so racist.
I was saying
guys,
bitches.
he was just talking about stupid bitches. Go ahead, dude.
All right, no.
Big J Okerson is a Jew? I didn't know that. He's kind of too fat to tell. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to see. It's hard to notice a fat Jew. Like, cause you lose that like you just look like a white dude once you're fat. You kind of lose that the distinctive features that like showcase you as like, as like some type of outlier or something. You've got good Judar. What are you looking for, a fucking lawyer? Is that what that superpower does? Is allows you to find the best lawyer in the room? Like fucking how's that helping?
Yeah, it was about blacks. Anyway, no. Not even that. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying the people who argue on this side who always happen to be black. But the point, they always.
Dude, listen, if we're gonna be racist about body types, are we there yet? Are we libertarians there yet? Can we be honest that the best breasts in the world belong to Jews? Can we say that? I know that this is probably offending the Groypers while simultaneously offending the feminists and the left, But like, dude, if there's ever any evidence that Jews are the chosen people, good God, do they have fucking phenomenal breasts. We're talking about Abby Shapiro. Yeah. I mean, she's an outlier of an outlier. All right. But like, God damn, dude. Right? Like if we can say that black women have the best asses, which they do, you're not right if you fucking disagree with me. You're wrong. Right? You're just wrong. Oh my goodness, do Jewish women have perfect. Just throwing that out there.
Always start with like a thing where they'll just be like,
East Asians, get the fuck out of here trying to sneak that shit in. Get out of here. Well, I'm not just saying big is better, okay? But I am peasant coded and I love me some big titties. All right? We're peasant. I'm peasant coded, all right? I don't get out of here with that aristocratic B-cup bullshit, all right? I want the village barmaid girl that feeds the other fucking babies in the village as a fucking wet nurse when these I want the village barmaid girl that's brought in because the noble lady couldn't get enough milk for her children. All right? I am peasant reptilian brain coded. I'm just saying. Japanese girls do, but you said East Asian. Like there's a large category of little boobies in East Asia, all right? Japan do have sleeper builds for big tits. This is true. But bigger isn't always better, as was previously stated. The Jubies are much better shaped. Taking welfare went to this. You're goddamn right it did. Goddamn right.
Always happen to be black. But the point, they always start with like a thing where they'll be like, hey, the minimum wage is only $10 an hour. How are you supposed to support a family of 6 on $10 an hour? And you're like, but you're not supposed to. That's the whole point. Don't have 6 kids if you fucking only make $10 an hour. Like, what are you doing? Now enjoy your water.
Can't do nothing about
so
that.
So, Dave,
now.
your solution is that
no. And here's the thing, dude. We are incentivizing those people to breed instead of incentivizing the market to pay better wages. When you steal money with taxes from corporations and the millionaires and the billionaires, and then also from the middle class and the poor, so that you can fund welfare programs, you are funneling money to incentivize people to work minimum wage jobs, to not better themselves, to not improve their skills, and for the labor market to keep wages low. Corporations love that shit. If you get rid of all of this fucking welfare, let's set aside mutual aid societies and fraternal societies and like all of the ways in which healthcare is better provided by those services and the healthcare lodge system. Let's set aside that for the moment, right? And just showcase that the first thing that's going to happen is wages will rise, and the middle class people that are waiting to have children because they can't afford to have children will start having children with higher IQs. The lower income people won't be able to afford children with lower IQs, and they'll do one of two things. They'll either breed less or they'll fucking better themselves because that's what's necessary to take care of their children. Because even shitty low IQ people tend to love their kids. You haven't seen Turkish women, have you? I have seen Turkish women, and Turkish women are an outlier of extreme beauty that sometimes makes some ugly, weird-looking women, but the really beautiful women from Turkey, and this is true of Russian steppe people, this is true of like Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, and like that whole region of like fucking like horse riding steppe people that like mixed with Europeans and mixed with Mediterraneans and mixed with Arabs and mixed with Russians, and like they like created this mixed race hodgepodge. And every now and then you get a woman that is like curvy with a perfect body and like light skinned with curly auburn hair and green eyes. And it's fucking insane. And you're right. Okay. But amongst the major groups we're normally talking about, Jubies went out. Who has the ugliest? I vote India, Pakistan. Yeah, India, Pakistan, Africa. Africa's got some fucked up titties, dude. Black women got some fucked up titties. I love them. I love black women. A lot of them got fucked up titties.
They should stop procreating. Okay.
Okay.
That's a little bit extreme.
I think that's called
castration.
Genocide.
Yeah. Can we go back to the reap stuff?
Hear me out. If they just stop reproducing, 90 years, problem solved.
Wait till the political ads
I
start
think
pulling
that's
this up.
called
Dave Smith doesn't want
eugenics.
It's not eugenics to not steal money to feed people that can't stop breeding.
That was more accurate than genocide. Yeah. That's what I'm.
Go ahead, Alex.
I'm sure there's some white people.
Just also pause for 1 second, because I will say, I don't know if they got these either. If they can find them now. Almost as funny as these is the white people.
Yeah, there has to be white people,
There's white
too.
people who are doing like the. It's so fucking shitty. Like these people can't just have their cherry cola. It's fucking crazy.
Well, yeah.
Just
All
let
right.
them have
So
chips.
try to find that if you can, guys. But play this in the meantime. The fuck.
These photos feel like intimate family photos. I don't want to show them on stream, but like, yeah, that's his mom.
My basic needs now. Like inflation is high and the bitch groceries is high as shit.
Amen.
Yeah, it depends on how you define eugenics. If you define eugenics broadly, then like everyone should be pro eugenics. Eugenics is good. Clip it and ship it, boys. Eugenics is based. It is a good thing, okay? If the way you're defining eugenics is not incentivizing bad behavior and bad genetics to breed via government aid. If you're talking about just like selecting for positive traits, then like girls liking tall guys is eugenics. Like not liking fat women is eugenics, right? Like that's not like, but if you're talking about government eugenics is bad, yeah, but what we would be discussing in this moment would be getting rid of government policy that is incentivizing bad breeding characteristics by funneling money to the poor and incentivizing the poor to not pick themselves up and improve their lives, and incentivizing less breeding amongst the middle class and hardworking people. Right. So we're talking about getting rid of a current government eugenics policy in that domain that is bad.
I'm pissed the fuck off. Like I'm mad as shit because how the fuck am I supposed to survive off that shit? So when y'all see me in the middle,
Yo, this bitch is driving. This bitch is driving like with hands. Just I didn't realize that this lady bitching about not getting all like enough money to feed her family from the government for free for nothing, and she's angry because she's only getting some assistance. She's driving. What the fuck?
because how the fuck am I supposed to survive off that shit? So when y'all see me in the middle,
Pause this for a second. Back me up. Back me up if you think I'm wrong about this.
I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, like see, like I was like, yo.
See, it says vibes and government lies? Question
Guys,
mark?
I don't fucking want to say this, but am I right? This chick would, if her hair was down, she'd be prettier.
She's not unattractive. She has a nice smile.
No, she's got nice skin, which only happens for a while, especially with black women, but she's obese. Like she's not. No. You don't want that shit in 5 years.
I'm telling you, with hair,
she's very charismatic.
She's spunky.
KFC and watermelon budget cut. First of all, racist. Second of all, watermelon's very healthy. There's nothing wrong. I mean, it's got sugar. Sugar's not necessarily bad for you. Watermelon flavored, drink isn't healthy for you, but watermelon's fine, man. You ever had a watermelon salad? You get like some mint and you get some feta cheese and some balsamic vinegar over like watermelon, and like toss that together. Delicious.
She's got some nice milk.
She can get it.
How much longer will the stream be? I don't fucking know. I'm starting to get tired. You know what I mean? It goes like there's no debate or anything, so it just kind of goes until I don't feel like it anymore. We're just having fun, boys.
Attention and keep it.
Goddamn right. I'm telling you, with long hair.
But isn't that a different thing? The cutting it and changing what they can get. Maybe she's got a different bag going, different deal going.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
He's like a lawyer. He's like, listen.
Well, I don't say it does seem like, at least from what I can understand.
Well, he's
that
just preoccupied that he's going to
her
find out what they cut from
complaint
his.
Doesn't seem to be that they're not letting her get certain things. Her
It's that they
complaint is
cut
that
it.
they cut.
They
the
cut
money.
our money.
So that's not really what I thought the story.
This isn't the story.
Yeah, I thought.
That's not
like,
the story.
That's not the story, G Mike. Maybe we do one that's the story.
Dump it.
Family. They have already stopped certain things of being able to be
This bitch looks like she belongs in the Wonderful Whites of West Virginia. You boys ever seen the Wonderful Whites of West Virginia? My favorite part of that entire movie is when one of the guys grabs a pill bottle and goes, chicka, 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 and he goes, that's the West Virginia mating call. Just shaking a pill bottle.
family. They have already stopped certain things of being able to be purchased with EBT. That would mean I would have to buy the majority of my family's food out of pocket. And that would dig in.
Again, this is going to backfire to make corporations rich. But also, bitch, just buy the real food and learn to cook. You're fat. How are you fat and you don't know how to cook?
Into my money I have for fun things. I don't understand why people want to control.
Dude, you said that out loud.
What other people buy with their.
That's a fuck. That's a it's a crazy. Just the lack of like, you got to have a little bit of shame. A little bit of shame if you're on welfare. You can't go, this is cutting into my fun budget now.
Buddy. Is there a Virginian elitism with West Virginia? Yes, it's that we don't think about West Virginia at all.
You're like, wait, you have a fun budget?
It ruined her vacation.
That's
I
my
don't know
point.
if you saw.
Something on social media created a thing where people are like, can you find also, Mike, if you don't mind, like while you're showing these, find the ones where they're showing their bounties. That's what's the great. They're like, how great is this? Absolutely, the government gave us 75 bags of miniature Fritos. It's like they're so psyched about it. And they're morbidly obese. It's
morbidly obese and dancing in the store with like 3 carts full of groceries. It's fucking horrific.
Why? You go, I got to pay for my own Fritos? That's coming out of my Aruba vacation money.
Yes.
That's
yes.
what she means.
Like, what?
They're like, you know how much the car note is for this Mercedes? You know, I'm not sitting there trying to buy my own beef, fucking beef sticks.
She's like, my fat family won't eat the stuff that you are now going to give
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
We still require Burger King and Fritos.
Vegetables. Do you want my children to die?
And that comes out of our pontoon money in the summer. So,
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about when I saw that lady in the grocery store. Is like how effectively people have been psyoped into pawns for the state. Is that like when people become dependent upon the state, they become champions of socialism. It's like you give people socialism, and once you give people socialism, they're the easiest people to control ever. I mean, look at boomers. But you cannot touch Social Security because boomers, all they need to do is hear a hint that you might raise the age on Social Security, and like and it's gone. Baby elephants on a chain, 110%, Mark. Like the moment they hear that you might do something with Social Security, it is destroying our economy and destroying the health and welfare and the dating market and the material prospects of Generation Z and to a certain degree millennials. Like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, TANF, EBT, food stamps, etc., and corporate bailouts and farming subsidies and things of that nature have destroyed this country's economy. And we can't do anything about it because once these people become dependent upon Social Security, dependent upon socialism, they feel like it is owed to them. They vote for more of it. They vote, they become proud of it. They believe that they are owed it because you are an oppressor, because that is the narrative that they have to believe so that they do not feel shame, so that they do not have to grapple with the fact that they are stealing from other people. And they become tools for statism until they are no longer useful. And the black population is discovering that they are no longer useful because on the hierarchy of oppression, illegal immigrants are beating them out and white guys that decide that they're trans are beating them out. So they are no longer given the media and airtime and the narrative push to feel good about themselves as victims, which is actually feeling bad about themselves. But they are no longer getting that constant supply and stream of necessary victim narrative messaging that allows them to push aside their own shame and self-hatred for the horrid shit that they've done. And now there's this new class of immigrants that deserve the socialism more than them. And they're watching their benefits be reduced because you can only tax a nation so much whilst bringing in millions of new laborers. And they're lashing out. They're lashing out in hatred because the only other alternative is to look inward and realize that their lot in life is due to their own poor decision making. The Black-Brown Wars will begin again, LOL. I mean, it's happening. You're seeing it happen in Chicago, for example, where Tren de Agua is like taking over fucking apartment buildings and shit. And all of the welfare that was predominantly spent on the black community is being diverted into Hispanic communities that are full of a bunch of immigrants. And you're watching gangs get mad and start trying to bond together in a hopes to push out Tren de Agua because of some weird fucked up victim narrative and belief of their own fucking culture's deserved, government slush fund. Damn, let me call my Chicago fam then. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Don't you think the real problem is an epistemology that favors outside knowledge? Sure. You know what I mean? Like how deep we got to go, man.
Pontoon life, doggy.
Those barbecue
Turkey.
Fritos are expensive, dude. Eh?
All right, so continue to play these videos.
How is it your business?
Do you know how many working families who
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Why do you keep on starting it and cutting it? Please, it's really frustrating.
Because, dude, they want to build with suspense. They're involved.
It's crazy. Just play
Because they don't know how to hit the back arrow on the keyboard. That's it.
something,
Guys,
please.
I really love how sexy it is, the way you make us want it.
Oh boy.
And paying for your
she's got
nails,
50
lashes,
videos.
whatever it may be, with your EBT card, you can no longer do that. No, I just
If you're
went to
wondering
go
where
get
her
my
top
nails,
teeth are,
lashes,
they're
and
not
eyebrows
there.
done.
I don't know what
went
side
to go
she's
swipe my
on.
EBT card, and she tells me they no longer accept that.
She has good bottoms.
So not only
Listen.
Let's set aside the fact that people are using welfare to get their nails did and their lashes done. Okay, let's set that aside. Okay. And let me just say, it's not helping, honey. It's not helping you at all. Like, lose some weight, fix your teeth, and, then maybe we can, oof. The Lord gaveth you an unfortunate nose, and I don't know that can be fixed without surgery. I don't want to be pro surgery here. I think if you lost weight and got your teeth fixed, you'd be in a much better shape. But I'm just not. I'm not buying that that's helping. What did you say?
taking away
You had to choose
junk
between
food,
top or bottom teeth for a
sugary
blowjob. You're
drinks.
going this all the
They
time.
are giving us all a time
all
limit
day long.
with how long
Those
we
are you can
can
get on your
out.
tiptoes. You can
No,
only
you
squat
can't
down
get
so
your
far to
nails
avoid
done
them top teeth.
I think this was
So I
actually the
took
first really good video we
cash
found.
out of my pocket for my nails and eyebrows.
Come on.
Where is it? I'm looking. Tipping. Tip history. There we go. I'm never going to sleep tonight, am I, boys?
similar.
What Nintendo's Power World lawsuit? Now, I'm not watching Indemon fucking 17-minute video where he repeats himself. He repeats himself more than I repeat myself. And that's fucking impressive. Because he puts out 10, 20-minute YouTube videos instead of being a streamer. All right? Like, that's like I don't know how you do that. Like, but regardless. Yeah, the Power World lawsuit is getting wild. I will give you that. Nintendo is doing all kinds of fuck shit. They just raised the price on the original Switch by $50 just before Christmas in the hopes that more people will buy the Switch too. Like Nintendo just fucking they just fucking got a new patent for being able to fly on summonable creatures, and then they got another patent for using something that you throw that then summons creatures. Those are two game mechanics. They're fucking patenting game mechanics. And like the Power World lawsuit is crazy, but I want to see Tenet Media is coming out with oh god, what is that company that it's like High Rail or something. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a new game coming out that is a summonable creature. It's not patent on summonable creatures. It's a patent on the process. People are calling it a patent on summoning creatures. They're lying, either because they're just fucking reading tweets and then they're doing videos, and they don't actually do any of their own fucking research. They just put something in ChatGPT. But I actually like read the patent. The patent is on the process of using an item, throwing the item, and then that thrown item summoning a creature, then those creature doing battle with another creature, and then throwing an item to capture or subdue another creature. So it's not as bad as patenting summoning creatures. The one that's actually bad is if creatures, like summoning creatures that can fight for you, that you can also fly, which basically would mean that every video game where you use mounts, like those mounts can't be summonable creatures that fight for you as well, or it runs into Nintendo's copyright, which is fucking insane. But the summonable creature ones is just people not doing any research whatsoever and just reporting the quote unquote news. It's still bad, but it just annoys me that people act like they're journalists and then they don't even do like the bare minimum level of research. But I hate IP. It's stupid. But I kind of am glad that Nintendo is doing it, because what is the fucking new, oh my god, new game like Pokemon? Maybe that'll pop up. Animo is one of them, but it's not the one I'm looking for. Oh my god. It's like a Tenant game, maybe? I think it's a Tenant game. It's like Anima or something. That's Honkai Nexus Anima. Honkai Nexus Anima. Honkai Nexus Anima is coming out with a game, right? I'll show a quick little clip of it. And like, this is obviously going to piss off Nintendo. And I'm really hoping that they sue. Right? Like, I'm really hoping they sue. And the reason I'm really, really hoping they sue... Oh, it's so fucking loud. So that's a violation of Nintendo's IP now. Right? Like, it's going to be full of fucking microtransactions because it's Tenet and it's fucking a spinoff of Honkai Rail. But Tenet Media has the money to be like, oh, you want to sue me, Nintendo? Oh, I got you. I'm actually kind of glad that Nintendo is going insane with their IP, because I'm hoping that they try and enforce that IP against, Tencent. Sorry. I don't know why I keep calling it Tenet instead of, that's the company that was fucking the funneling Russia's money over to fucking Tim Pool and shit. Nintendo, who can't even supply cards anymore, don't check your DMs since I didn't link you a fun cringe video you shouldn't react to. What the fuck? What is this? This is probably going to cause a copyright strike on the channel. What do you mean the one I said I would react? I said I would react to it eventually. I'm not getting into the fucking half-hour Peter Thiel fucking Jordan B. Peterson fucking clip right now. I don't have the mental energy to talk about the concept of sacrifice for fucking the next 2 hours. I'll get to it. It's in my, I already told you before when you were like, hey, are you going to react to that? And I said it's already in my list of shit. No, the other one? I did not say I was going to react to that. I specifically said I'm not reacting to an hour and 15-minute video by Pilgrim's Pass about capitalism, feudalism, socialism, and theocracy is the 4 types of dystopia. I'm not getting into that right now. Oh, this shit is from like September. This shit? 27 minutes. No, not happening. Can I be honest? Crab legs to me have always been like a fucking, like a seafood buffet thing for me. Like this isn't like I don't really like, I've had crab legs like when my dad makes them or something, you know, but like, it's like, I'm not like going to the grocery store and picking out or going to the seafood market. I do get, if I'm going to get something at home, I'm going to get soft shell crabs. I don't feel like dealing with the, like I used to butter them up and fucking deep fry them or something. Like I like soft shell crabs if I'm going to eat like crabs at home. Not a big fan of like boiling a bunch of crabs at the house. Thoughts on the FBI poster I sent over Discord? What are you talking about? Dog, that shit is from like fucking 2017. It's like from like it's Biden era. This shit's from like 2020 fucking, this thing? Yeah, this is from like 2021. Like, we talked about that plenty of times. When the Biden administration said that they were fucking, that ANCAPs were like domestic terrorists. Boiling crabs, bro, we steam them. Yeah, steamed is better. Yeah, whatever. Be honest, Scott, you don't want to deal with the hammer, nutcracker, and newspaper mess? Nah, I mean, like, my dad used to make a lot of seafood when I was a kid, and we used to go to the beach a lot and stuff. So, like, I'm pretty, and also, like, this whole thing, like, Maryland blue crabs, like, Maryland crabs, Baltimore crabs, I just want to point out for the record that it's the Chesapeake Bay. You know, like, Chesapeake, Virginia. Like, there's a small portion of their state that borders the Chesapeake Bay. It's all Virginia crabs. Like, it's literally just that Maryland and especially Baltimore is a shit state and a shit city, and they have nothing going for them. So they just like, they claim their crabs are the best crabs in the world. They're the same fucking crabs in Virginia. It's just Virginia's a better state by like every metric. Like, I've had the best crabs. I like crabs. I prefer the soft shell crabs. But like, you know, but I mean, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, once you learn how to eat crab legs, because you don't need to crack them all open. Once you like know what you're doing, you can just pull the crab meat out of the leg without turning the whole crab into like a giant fucking mess. And like, especially with the claw, once you break the claw open and then you snap the claw in half, like, it's actually not that hard to not make a huge mess. It just takes practice. If you haven't eaten a lot of crabs, and like, it doesn't happen.
I met her on aisle 3. I can't look her in the eyes as her legs are being fried. She screams out, "You're killing me! Sorry, I'm just hungry. Woke up Taylor crab last night."
This is good. All right, I enjoyed this. Yeah, Casimir sent this.
I picture her in a tank, I took her on my she's mine. I think I'm falling in love, I'm gonna eat her legs.
I do enjoy this. I am interrupting this because I will get copyright striked on this, even though it's a parody. So like interrupting it allows me to not get my channel taken down. Fox fucking copyright strike me on Thank You for Not Smoking clip that I watched like a minute and 45 seconds of, and it took me like 10 minutes to get through. That is from the movie Thank You for Not Smoking, and they just sent it back. So now I'm waiting on the second one to see whether or not they're gonna sue me. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, boys. I don't have any copyright strikes on my channel because I always win because I'm verbose as a motherfucker. So it's really obvious my shit's fair use. Like I'm not like as far as reactions go, I always win in the end because I'm like it's me talking for 45 minutes on this 3-minute video. Like how is that not fair use? But nevertheless, fucking I hope they sue me. I fucking love to sue like because it's so obvious that I'll win. Like, please sue me. Sue me. I will fucking take you to court for $1 and then you will make me famous. like I will at you on Twitter every day being like, how's that lawsuit coming? I won $1 in court, bitch. Like fucking, I will do that over and over again. Like I literally just need a lawyer to help me file the paperwork. Please sue me. I don't even need a lawyer to do shit because it's an obvious slam dunk case because the way I react to shit is so blatantly fair use. I very rarely even finish the shit we're looking at. Get Kinsella on the case. You know, you know, I don't think he'd do it because he's retired and he doesn't want to be involved in shit like that. But like he might. If I DM'd Kinsella and was like, hey, I'm getting sued by Fox for fair use. Here's the 10-minute clip of me reacting to their 2-minute clip of a movie that was on YouTube. You wanna help me out? He might help. That'd be so fucking cool to get Kinsella and me to be like, dude, because Kinsella might be able to make it like a landmark case or something if he was bored enough. Like imagine if we got YouTube to change its policy as opposed to just getting like $1 from Fox. Like if we went after YouTube because of like the way their system abuses small content creators. That'd be so fucking cool. Dude, you don't get good crabs at the grocery store, for the record. You get good crabs from like a dude with 7 teeth in like a shack somewhere that also has a shack at his house that's off to the side. And then you realize that little shack is actually a walk-in freezer or cooler. And he's like, and he goes and fishes for himself. You got to get the hookup. And then you get crabs that were caught like that, pulled out of the crab trap that day when they're in season. And that's when you get some good fucking crab meat. I feel real dumb for not realizing that he named her Shelly because she's a crab with a shell.
And look her in the eyes as her legs are beating fried. She screams out, "You're kidding me! Sorry, I'm just hungry for the tail of crab last night. My Mr. Half Price."
All right, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna play the outro. We're gonna finish the welfare shit.
Whoa. My question is, how does
So
that even-
now
Okay, there's a lot to this. Maybe we're not gonna finish the welfare shit, but we're gonna watch it.
I'm $100 short.
Let me tell you guys, the hair and eyebrows is a thing.
Why?
They need to figure something out because this is not okay. So just a
She's short on her rent because she paid to have her nails and lashes done. I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch.
PSA for anybody.
At what point was that? I mean, this is more to Dave, I guess. Well, when did that become allowed? Because that's not how. There's no way it started with like.
The fact this was news.
Because
It's news to me right now.
I used to
the
work-
fact that you could get your nails
crazy.
and eyebrows done with an EBT card is
Yeah.
insane.
That's not what they're saying.
Pretty sure that's what she was saying.
that's what she was
She
saying.
was trying to get nails.
No, but
yeah,
can
that was
you-
actually a great video, and we just talked.
Well,
about
no,
the whole
I
thing,
heard
but
her
that
th-
was the first
she
good
was
one.
saying
And then I talked over the talk. This is reaction inception, and Big J Okerson is high as fuck. Yeah.
she used it for. I thought the whole idea is that she has to use her own money
No.
for those things.
Well, now
No,
she
she's
does,
saying
and now she
because
can't pay her
what
rent.
she's
Yes.
saying here is that because they're no longer taking it there, she goes, it's a given that she's still going to have to pay for that. And then it was actually
What
a great
nails
video, but
place
no one
takes
listened to it.
EBT?
That's what I'm asking.
Again, they're
A good one. I
not
would-
Asian. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, not Asian.
Also, I mean, is she talking about nails that she's putting in her mouth and chewing? What the fuck is wrong with her mouth? Yeah, this.
Her nails are made of candy.
If you look,
You know, guys, a good comedian sometimes tells bad jokes. A great comedian tells a bad joke and then immediately goes, and then goes into something else because he realized how fucking flat that joke was. Kudos to you, Lewis.
look like that, like your fucking eyelashes and nails are the least of your concerns.
It's not helping.
Yeah,
Anyway.
if you were like, I need EBT so I can get these fucking teeth.
I would let her use EBT
Who's Mags Visagio?
for
No, she's not even taking care of those. She's not even taking care of the bottoms.
Someone says, "Does Dennis take EBT?"
It's only 16 teeth she has to worry about.
Dude,
This is literally the first thought I thought was like, man, can a dentist take EBT?
the internet comments on videos like this really are legendary. Like they just always.
Because I used to be a cashier, and then people would come through.
A comic book writer? Yeah, I'm into nerd culture. Never got into comic books, which is weird because I read a lot of manhwa. So I basically read comic books. I just don't read comic books. Like manga? No. I mean, I do read manga, but I tend to read more manhwa than manga.
With like the WIC card, at a grocery store,
Oh,
and certain
really?
stuff would be denied, and I never. It was like not.
No, fucking listen, it's manga if it's in Japan. It's manhwa spelled with like HUA if it's in Korea, and it's manhwa spelled HWA, or I think if it's in China. So if you're reading like Muram Chinese cultivation shit, it's like the HWA comic book shit. And if you're reading like, Solo Leveling, right? If you guys watch anime, Solo Leveling, I've read that manhwa, like that's and Solo Leveling Ragnarok, that's a manhwa from Korea, right? And then if it's from Japan, it's manga. Or like mangaka or whatever. There's Japanese people have like 7 names for the same shit. I don't fucking know why. It's stupid, but whatever.
Not prepared food, anything warm wasn't covered, and stuff. It was like strict as shit at the time. This is like the early 2000s.
Same thing.
No, that's what I'm
It
saying.
was super strict, and then like you would see, it would be like literally like a mother in need, and she.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not a weeb despite fucking consuming a lot of fucking weeb shit. All right? Like the most weeb thing about me is that I have a Jiraiya Pervy Sage fucking figurine. I got Jiraiya because fucking he's the GOAT. Fucking, you know, you gotta have Pervy Sage on the desk, just kind of looking at you. He keeps me from masturbating, you know, because you just look over and you're like, you're right. I don't want you watching this, Jiraiya. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like the girl fucking. Yeah, I've never got into plot. Another thing that I'm not really like a weeb about. Like I could never, like I don't get it.
Like this stuff's covered. This.
Yeah, I don't fucking watch romance or like villainess shit. Like I don't. No.
Stuff's not, and then like
My
I would
mother
go
would
through it too, and if I'd be like, "Hey, the fucking mac and cheese isn't covered," and she's like, "It should be," and I'm like, "Just fucking take it, lady. I don't give a fuck."
You start eating it in front of her.
Ah, you poor bitch.
Whoops. Sorry. Is this what your kids wanted?
Crunching dry macaroni.
Is this garbage? My mother would go outside of ShopRite and sell her food stamps for half price for cash.
I'm not a big fan of girl fucking. No, dude, I'm fine with girl fucking. I'm just not a big fan. I never understood the sexual attraction to cartoon characters. It was just never like it doesn't do it for me, man. Like I've never seen a hot girl in an anime and been like, ooh, fucking yeah. More often than not, it just fucking doesn't do anything for me. To be fair, you gotta have patience, Roman. I have patience. I've watched all of Ascendance of a Bookworm. It is one of my favorite anime of all time. So you don't tell me that I don't like fucking that I lack patience. All right, sir? I just fucking don't like romance, fucking villainess. It's just not my thing. I don't get it. It's not for me. I mean, like, dude, I've seen like a cartoon character that's hot and like been like, I get that she's supposed to be hot, and then I've seen a fucking cosplay of it and then been like, huh, nice. You look like how I hoped Yoruichi looked. Absolutely. You know what I mean? But the cartoon Yoruichi isn't doing anything for me. It's a fucking cartoon. It doesn't click in my brain.
I respect that. I mean,
you read Marx Theory? I have read a lot of Marx Theory. I drove this week. I listened to Robert Quick's Austrian Business Cycle audiobook, which is, by the way, just 11 Labs AI. So it's like, so it keeps saying SOPy instead of standards of practice, SOP. It just keeps going SOPy. All right. I listened to the whole fucking audiobook from Robert Quick on Austrian Business Cycle. All right. I have patience, motherfucker. I'm just not into romance. Like, can I just not be into a thing? You have a Tachi on your desk? Yeah, I got fucking Jiraiya Sensei. You got a Tachi? Like, we're good.
yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, it's not the
And you
Kennedys
go in there
aren't
like a
doing it.
gentleman.
Sir, Diogo, I don't think you understand, despite the fact that I don't act like a weeb and I don't have body pillows and I'm not into lolly or plot, just how much manhwa I've read. I've read Star Embracing Swordmaster. I've read SSS rank revival dude or whatever. I've read fucking the revival of the Mount Wa sect. I've read fucking solo leveling, obviously. Fucking like if it's an isekai, a magic system, or a Muram in the top 50 and it has over 100 chapters, I've read it. Like I've read so much manhwa. It's ridiculous. I've read so much manhwa that I now reread manhwa because it's like, oh, another 20 chapters have come out. Like I've read a lot.
Yeah, look,
But around
it
the
is-
world was double.
It's garbage. But there is, and I know this is from your show. It really does illuminate this. But sometimes there's like respectable garbage.
Yeah, you
there's
have
just
to-
a
you're
garbage
making
where you're
do,
kind of
yeah.
like, look, that is garbage to do that. But
Yeah, I have not read romance shit. Maybe there's some romance shit out there that I would really enjoy. It's just like it's not worth my time to read 10 things I don't like when I might like one of them.
also kind of smart, kind of a good hustle, and also win-win for the people involved. Like that, she's getting a little bit of cash. They're getting a discount. On this
My mom stops buying her children food and buys cigarettes, and this family gets food. That's great.
Okay.
No, I'll tell you what's great.
It sucks for you and your crazy sister.
You're the only victim.
There are
It's
great
literally
videos.
just me and my sister.
No, literally everyone at this table is a victim of this. Like, how are you not seeing? You're all victims of this. Like, you get less money to spend on things because this money gets funneled to other people. Like,
So that we're the victims of this.
Yeah.
Well, you guys both turned out all right.
That's good enough for all of us.
It was great. Both lost at a concert right now.
As long as
brother. I don't care if it's 10 out of 10. There's no part of my brain that reads, Rascal does not dream of Bunny Girl Senpai and goes, that's going to be a good read. it's just not happening. It's like I'm sure there's fucking listen. I know that the rules are the longer and more convoluted the title is, the better the anime, manga, or manhwa it is. Okay, like I understand that. Nevertheless, I'm not reading that shit.
you know who the victims are, you're cool with it.
Yeah. It's fucking
There's
crazy.
great videos out there too of like it's pretty great. It's like young black dudes like watching like reaction videos almost to the people complaining about EBT and being like, yeah, it's supposed to help you take care of your family until you get back on your feet.
Jay,
I mean, like, so the thing about EBT is it is like 70% of people get off of EBT, right? So it is important to recognize that, and it's the same thing too when people talk about people in poverty. When you like, people are not statically in poverty, right? Like most people move out of the lower quintile at some point of their life. So when we're talking about quintiles, we're talking about the bottom 20%, right? Most people that are in the bottom 20% are just young people. They're just like 18-year-olds in college with like a bunch of student loan debt, and like those are all the poor. Okay, but like young college kid whose parents have money and is going to college is not fucking the poor, broken welfare system people. Like that's not how that works. So like 70% of people do come off of EBT, but more people go back onto EBT. More people get born to get back on EBT. And the thing is that the recidivism rate of social welfare is pretty bad, because like at least half of them, I think, I'd have to look at the data again, so like don't quote me on this percentage, but I believe it's like half of them end up back on it within 5 years. So there is a group of people that do use welfare to escape poverty in some way and then move into the middle class. And that is like 70% of people. But a good chunk of them go up and then go back down. And it's like, so like there is a minority, a sizable minority of people that just use the system and bleed it and just steal. That's all they're doing. They're just demanding money constantly. But there's a good chunk of people that are trying to use it because they've fallen on hard times and then want to get better. But the problem is that system is a welfare trap, right? Like you're on welfare, and then when you get off of welfare, because you get a job and you start making money, and then all of a sudden you lose welfare because you have a job and you're getting money. And so you're disincentivized to go get a job, or you fall on hard times again as you try and pull yourself out of poverty and in debt, or you're in public housing and then you go get a job and then the rent goes up in your public housing because you went and got a job. And so like there's a trap where you can't make too much money, and you have to basically lie, cheat, and steal to squirrel money away on the side and lie to the government so that you can actually get out of welfare. And all of these systems incentivize the worst behavior, and they fuck over a lot of people, where if these systems didn't exist, what you would have is more jobs, higher wages, people would struggle less, And the people that are struggling because they're victims of circumstance in some degree or another would be helped out by family that have more money available to them, or fraternal or mutual aid societies that they can join because they'll be responsible adults. And there will be a small portion of people that want to lie, cheat, and steal, and they're going to do what they can to get that money from charities, but they're only going to be able to do it so much before they're forced to go get a real fucking job in an economy that's better. It is absolutely insane, the entire welfare trap and the welfare system, and it is based purely off of a performance of meeting the feminine expectation that people be treated equally. It is magic words and platitude, and in practice, it is devastating and destructive to the entire U.S. economy and to everyone involved. My family was very frustrated being in the earning too much for welfare, but not enough to scrape by. There's a lot of people in the second quintile that are like that are going to the grocery store and having to pinch pennies and worried about inflation and worried about the next bill and can't handle an emergency, but they're not welfare level of poverty, next to the person on the first of the month that has 3 carts full of junk food and on top of that, steaks and shrimp and things that you can't afford that they can afford because they chose to stay in the welfare system. And they act like you're the bad guy.
Stop telling
That's
them
what socialism does. It's evil and destructive.
new videos to look up, because every time you do that, they don't play the last video. They just hold them to work. It's the whole thing is crazy. You watch this happen for the past 15 minutes.
Can you bring up the Moody Blues doing Knights in White Satin at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame several years ago? This guy can still hit the
Just
notes.
let him play one of the videos.
But if you could also find Knights in White Satin.
Here,
from the Rock
rewind
and
this.
Roll
First of
Hall
all,
of
we want to hear it. Rewind it.
Big J. Okeson just interrupting and trolling is pretty funny here. I'm not
She
gonna
has
lie.
nipple rings.
These are bounties. These are bounties.
I got this one, Wick, milk, and then orange juice. This is Wick as well. And apple juice, and it's also
okay
Wick.
with all this.
Yep.
And
Fine.
then
Dude, none of this is food, too. Like, that's what's so disgusting to me. Is like, you can tell from that orange juice that it's like made from concentrate with sugar added. You have Texas toast that has all kinds of binders and bullshit in it and fucking seed oils and gross shit. You have thin sliced bread. It's not bread. It's fucking full of glyphosates and bleach and phosphates. Not phosphates, actually. Folic acid. Because, you know, whatever. You've got like the cheapest of cheap milk, some fucking apple juice back there that, again, I'm sure has added sugar. Literally everything on that screen just screams to me poison. And it's not because all of the gluten shit would trigger my autoimmune disease, but that is some of it.
and hopefully y'all can see.
Texas toast.
Fantastic. Like that meat is probably full of steroids and all kinds of junk, but it's the healthiest thing on the fucking counter.
Over here, we just got some pork chops.
I don't eat pork for moral reasons. That's just me, though.
Good pork. They were
No, listen. This is not even what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like that's American. That's standard American bread, and it's important to note. I can say all kinds of shit about the glyphosates and the bleach and the folic acid and like the nutrients being taken out and how it's basically poison and not real food. I can say all of that. I'll just say this: when Subway went to Ireland, they had to change their bread recipe because you could not legally classify Subway's bread as bread. It had to be legally classified as cake. I feel like that's all you need to say about American bread.
It's just straight candy and chips.
2 things of Texas
Jay,
toast,
you need to give
garlic
them the
bread,
videos before the show.
No.
They're never going to get it right.
I got too much going on. I'm on the road 16 weeks in a row.
American Similac 2 is, again, just fucking garbage that you're feeding your children. And how in the fuck are you not breastfeeding with tits like those? I mean, I'm just saying, right? Like, I understand that some women have lactation issues. It's probably due to your fucking diet and the fact that you're not getting enough whole grains, you're not getting any actual fiber in your diet, and like, you know, whatever, eat some lactation cookies or something. But those fucking gargantuan milkers can't fucking feed a baby. I don't know if it's the stress or you're working too much. You don't really seem like a hard worker, not gonna lie. But like, what the fuck? Like just like budget Similac is garbage. It's full of fucking oils and all kinds of crap. It's not good for your baby. Like, like above all else, don't feed. If you have to feed your baby formula, get high quality formula.
This girl's got vegetables and shit.
Yeah,
Canned, sure, but I
Similac.
can't count this.
I'm fine with all these purchases.
Guys,
Yeah,
we
these
are
fine.
trying to be racist. This is.
Show me that.
This is a good mom, you
Guys,
piece of shit. What are you doing?
This is like no, you guys are all wrong. This is garbage food.
At black children bragging about their Kool-Aid.
Povol, stop being a fucking autistic libertarian for a moment, okay? I'm saying I could say a bunch of bad shit about the bread, but just to give it context so you can understand, another country legally classifies it as cake because of how bad the bread is. Okay, that doesn't mean the Irish government is superior. That doesn't mean, like, you don't need to derive a fucking ought from it. Stop being weird. Okay, I'm just describing how shitty the bread is with an anecdote that makes you go, wow, our bread probably is pretty fucked up. That's it. Stop being weird.
How can we get Dave's point across if you keep pulling up videos that don't prove it?
We are trying to be racist pieces of shit right now, and you're not allowing us.
That lady was using EBT in the exact proper way to feed her family some protein and some grains over the course of a week.
There's literally no grains there. It's like fake bread and fucking sugar added bullshit juice and cheap milk. Like the only thing good there is the pork, and I'm sure it's full of steroids. And again, not a big fan of pork.
Please show me someone who got 50 pounds of Gushers because I saw this and everyone's fat.
Holy shit.
The production team is scrambling.
Yeah, they're freaking out, dude.
I'm more amazed by how I hope they're joking, because I feel like I'm amazed by like how much these people don't realize that all of this food is garbage.
It's the same thing, but they're getting candy instead of food. Yeah.
Got it. Beautiful.
Can I see it in black and white though?
It's just
I'm-
all
I'm-
junk
like,
food.
I don't even know what the story is still. So is it that they used to be allowed to get candy and junk food and now they can't anymore?
There was a very little restrictions. You can kind of just buy
Now there's
groceries
limitations.
and use your EBT up to the amount of money you had.
Now
they're saying
they 100% know it's trash, but it's not quote unquote candy, so it's not as funny, I guess. Yeah.
you can't
Ding
use it to
dongs.
buy like fucking soda and junk food. You have to.
Grains are fine, right? Like I'm not a fucking my body can't handle it. I have to basically eat an animal-based diet because it's literally all I can fucking eat because I have an autoimmune disease. But for like most of you out there, grains have fiber. Grains have a lot of minerals in them, but the problem is that the minerals are not really bioavailable, right? So if you're eating a lot of grain, like you're mostly just shitting out the minerals that they put on the back of the package, because the FDA lets people put what's in the food and not what is actually bioavailable. Fiber's non-essential. Depending on your diet, if you're eating a standard American diet, you need fiber. If you're eating a low carbohydrate, healthy diet, you're not getting a lot of unnecessary sugars, but you are getting all the vitamins and nutrients you eat because you're eating like non-sweet fruit, or like bananas or avocados or cucumbers, and you're getting a balanced diet, then you're right. Fiber is non-essential, but fiber does help people, especially when people's gut biomes are fucked up. Right, so it's like again, good, better, best kind of situation. Bananas have a ton of sugar. No shit, fruit has sugar. Right, but they don't have nowhere near like a banana doesn't have nowhere near the fucking sugar content of a fucking Mountain Dew, and it doesn't have nowhere near the sugar content of fucking that fake bread she's eating.
Buy like meat, cheese, bread.
Like that lady.
Yeah. Exactly what that wonderful lady did for her family.
Find the opposite of that lady.
When did food start becoming fake in USA? The green energy revolution, and under the oh my god, I can't think of his name. The fucking peanut farmer president. Fucking that fucking got us into fucking the situation with Iran. Carter, Jimmy Carter. Just it's getting late. Carter. Yeah, like green energy revolution around the time of Carter, right? We started pumping a lot of subsidies into the corn industry. We started, doing government subsidies for dwarf wheat to try and save starvation in Africa and South America. That's when you start getting high fructose corn syrup. That's when you start getting a lot of money pumped into soy. You start getting a lot of money pumped into genetically modified organism, GMO. But like, you're really looking for like trans modified organisms, right? Research starts getting put into trans modified organisms. You start, and like that push towards using those things and companies producing cheaper food to, you know, re-fight the war on poverty meant that companies were getting subsidies for things like corn, you know, syrup and things like that. And that's when they started putting in dyes, started putting in soy, started putting in sugar substitutes, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, sugar substitutes don't become super popular until later, right? But like, that's when like, you know, the war on fat starts becoming a thing. So we start creating all of this, you know, high carbohydrate, high sugar diets with fake sugars and processed bullshit. Pre-1970s, all your food's real. But even up until the 1980s, most of your food was mostly real.
Except that lady who was doing everything she could while she gets through esthetician school to take care of her children.
All right, G Mike, and it
We'll
is on
fix-
you.
Oh, man, dude,
It is.
they are
I like
flustered.
that.
There is a full
It's like, dude, I gotta look through it first. You know what I mean?
little panic.
They're yelling at each other.
They're
Well, I don't know if
freaking
you
out.
noticed, Lewis will in-ring
Yeah, I don't like getting into Roundup. Roundup is definitely a problem, but like I don't like getting into shit that gets a little too above my mind for science. You know what I mean? Like Roundup was clearly a problem. They lost lawsuits and they definitely, you know, poisoned millions of Americans and somehow got a slap on the wrist. But I mean, you know, yeah.
fight his employees.
I will.
What you got is sacred.
Yeah, this is the one.
Here we go.
This is it.
This is it. Remember, the bigger the heart means the bigger the target.
G Mike under pressure.
Look how fat this chick is. She's so proud.
$1,500 EBT haul. Just checked my card and had $12,087 in food stamps. I want to arrest these people. Like, I understand they're just using the government the way the services are meant to be, like the thing is what it does kind of situation, but Jesus Christ.
All right, bring it back to the beginning.
You don't have to. It's 4 minutes long. She keeps showing you more grotesque things she bought.
EBT Hall. EBT Hall. That's a good one to look up.
It be ulterior motives and hidden agendas, hoping that it all pay off in the end. Not this time, I'm just hoping that
You say protein on that.
Make sandwiches from that.
She goes, get rid of that 12-pack of chocolate milk. Now Gatorade because they're athletes.
No, that's not Gatorade.
That was called sports.
Yeah,
They do need that though for our.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I get that this specific person is an outlier, but like, this is what happens when you have welfare systems that are not based on mutual aid from individuals that value another human being, right? When you have en masse governmental systems that do not discriminate based on values and personal values, you have people like this that just destroy our economy by stealing from us. And it's perfectly legal in the, you know, in the U.S. American court system.
Honestly, when they're running fucking suicides all day.
So I don't understand. They're saying they bought all this junk food with it,
Yeah.
but I thought you were saying the story is they can't.
No. I'm telling you, this is what happened before. This is why they changed it, because this is crazy. They bought 7 fucking years worth of Lucky Charms.
Like this actually, like, I don't know. This is like genuinely sad to me. Like, I mean, like, look, fat American, you know, adults, whatever, fine. Like, do whatever it is that you want to do, you know, destroy your body with, you know, stealing from the rest of us. That makes me a little angry. But the fact that there's so many children in this house that are used to gain this shit, it's like, look at the life expectancy rates of black people in America versus white people. I mean, some of that is due to gang violence, sure. But even when you control for violence and violent behavior and high risk behavior that leads to, violent deaths and car accidents, they're still significantly behind. And it's the food they eat. And like, I don't know, like that should concern you. And like, just the idea that we have like an entire corporate system designed to scam the taxpayers so that these people can be funneled money to buy junk food, and that food can then be funneled into inner city communities to poison them. It's like, genuinely, I mean this genuinely, welfare is a worse and more destructive epidemic than crack cocaine ever was. It has destroyed fathers. It has broken apart families. It has created fatherless sons who have perpetuated violence and death and devastation in their communities. It has destroyed investment of jobs in these communities because the incentive to work isn't there and because of the violence and all the other factors. And it has incentivized a diet that is killing people in the slowest way possible. Like, it is a slow and grueling death. And they have been psyoped into not only accepting it, but fighting for it and believing that you are an oppressor. You are an evil abuser if you want to take this away from them. And like, that's worse than crack ever was. That's worse than heroin is now. Because you need to eat. And so it's so much easier to convince people, because they need to eat, that all of this is acceptable. Like eating disorders and like in food addiction, like you can't not eat. You can cut a drug cold turkey, but when your drug is food, especially when you're from a community that is full of so much trauma, and food becomes the means by which you alleviate that trauma, creating a government system to perpetuate poison in the name of food and to take away the meaningful incentives of survival is a vicious cycle that creates the very trauma that creates eating disorders and creates the system that gets corporations money to poison you. And it might not be, it's certainly not as bad as like the Holodomor or Lysenkoism, or mass starvation under communism. But this neoliberal, fascistic fucking system of oppression is something far worse than the imaginary whiteness that is holding these people back. And it's just, I can't say that to them without them thinking that I'm evil. And like, that just really sucks. I really, really hope that we can like wake people up to this devastation. Because they're dying every day and not even realizing it. I'm 35 years old. I have an autoimmune disease. I have a, connective tissue disorder, and like most of my symptoms go away if I eat only meat, butter, tallow, fruit, and some vegetables. And it's like, dude, how sick am I if my sickness goes away if I just eat like what a normal human being is supposed to eat like? And I wish I knew this 15 years ago, but instead I got fed fucking, you know, whammo, fucking Cool Pops. Oh yeah. You know what I mean? Whatever fucking bright colored TV commercial bullshit fucking, you know, was sold as the fun thing to eat instead of fuel to achieve my goals in life. I mean, hopefully I'm breaking the cycle with my children by not feeding them that shit. There's only so much control I have because I don't have them all the time. But, you know, I educate them on what is and isn't healthy. And, you know, we make fun things. We make snacks. And, you know, like we make candy even sometimes as like a treat. Show them that there are healthy ways that you can eat and you can still have a little treat and have fun. But just seeing like the layers of destruction of welfare is so much more than people realize. Tonight is not a fun night. It's not a fun reaction stream, boys. It's sad. We're going to get out of here, and I want you to be sad when we get out. Go to bed and cry. I'm going to tell you, you know what I mean? Like, your friend Prime wants all these incentives and more. So many people do, man. That was sad. I shouldn't have done that for the end of stream, but I don't got it in me to go deeper. So we're just going to we're going to hang up here, boys. It's almost midnight. It's like 11:30. Probably come back Sunday. Saturday, I'm going to go see the Demon Slayer movie with my brother. Which should be fun. Because I never get to hang out with my brother because he's like super introverted. Like I hang out with him like with my dad because he's like 18 years younger than me because, you know, second marriage kid, right? So I got trying to hang out with him, but like I'm an extrovert. My dad's a super extrovert. We're both like super extrovert. We're like a lot for him, you know? I think I'll be the only two white guys in that theater. What? No. Watching an anime film in America, it's probably going to be all white guys. What are you talking about? There's going to be like 3 Asians and like 70 white dudes watching this movie. Like, what do you mean? The demographic of people that watch anime movies at the theater is almost exclusively white guys. Black guys too? Yeah, there's a couple of black weebs. Yeah, that's true. Couple of black guys got into Dragon Ball Z and then that started their journey into anime. Demon Slayer is a popular current shonen. Yeah, that is true. They do get into shonen. Whatever. Fuck it. But yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with my brother Saturday. Tomorrow I'll probably do some stream shit. I should be having a debate sometime. Probably not next Monday, but the Monday after that or something. Going back on what's her name? Rotten Tomato? Raging Tomato. Rotten Tomato. My bad. on why we should get rid of juries. So it's me and one other guy against probably 2 lawyers. On why we should abolish the jury trial system. Too long didn't read. Jurors are retarded, so juries are retarded. So that should be fun. And like I've got a bunch of people that have like either left me on red or like said they would want to link up and then like I haven't scheduled anything with them. Right? Like several people have like I've DM'd them and they've been like, let's do it. And then I'm like, you got a time? And then they don't hit me back up. What the fuck is going on? People don't check Twitter DMs or emails and shit, I guess. I don't fucking know. I mean, I feel like courts in general are pretty inefficient. Chris, one thing at a time. We will yellow pill one audience, one person at a time, okay? We started with fucking Democrats are violent and evil, And now we've moved up. Yeah, yellow pill, libertarian, right? Because I'm not going to say the yellow black pill, and I'm not going to say the black pill, because yellow black pill sounds stupid, and the black pill is kind of taken, right? We're going to yellow pill, libertarian pill, people, audiences one at a time, all right? I've been on Raging Tomato one time, and I was like, here's why Democrats are evil. And why socialism and progressivism and communism is inherently violent. All right. Now I'm going to go on there and be like, here's why jury trials are fucked up. And I get to sprinkle in fucking like the monopoly on violence and why arbitration is a better system, etc. And trigger some fucking lawyers that whole fucking careers based off of a broken justice system. Okay. And I get to like one thing at a time, boys. All right, we're spreading libertarianism, planting one seed at a time. You don't get to start with this is why arbitration is superior. You start with jury systems are dumb because people are dumb. Go to the grocery store, hang out with people. Do you want those people determining whether or not you live or die? Maybe not. So it should be a fun debate. But other than that, like we'll probably hop back on Sunday and maybe like catch up on some of these reactions or something, see if anything happens over the weekend that's crazy, because like politics news cycle can't fucking stop, you know. Yeah, I'll check out 12 Angry Men, why not? But anyways, boys, join the Discord, follow the Twitter. Thank you for your support. Thanks for coming and having fun with me, even if it got a little depressing on some welfare stuff. I love you guys. Love all the support. Like, share, subscribe. If you heard some bass moments tonight, then consider clicking the little scissors and finding the thing and making a clip and putting it in the Discord in stream clips. I'm going to make some stream clips tomorrow. I know I keep saying I'm going to do it, and then like I don't always get around to doing it. My bad. You know, we'll see what happens. I'll see you guys around. Probably see you Sunday. If not, I'll definitely see you Monday. But like I got some stuff going on. Thursday, I have like a birthday dinner thing with my mom next week. So like I'm, you know, things happen. So peace.